Let's all go to the lobby. Let's all go to the lobby. Let's all go to the lobby to get ourselves a treat.
Delicious things to eat.
The popcorn can't be beat. The sparkling drinks are just dandy. The chocolate bars and the candy. So let's all go to the lobby to get ourselves a treat. Let's all go to the lobby to get ourselves a treat.
I'm a fan of classic movies.
Hello and welcome to Overlapping Dialogue, a podcast of audio commentaries dedicated to discussing cinema that fascinates us in a way we hope fascinates you. We're your co-hosts, Kyle and Levi Huffman. I'm Kyle.
And I'm Levi.
And here we are with episode 56. If I'm being honest, I had a lot of import built in my head of when we were going to get to 55, and we're over the hump now. We're over the hill, and
we had our guest.
Yeah, Vim Vendors. We were so happy to have him on. It was above all else a true, legitimate experience that we really enjoyed partaking in. Hopefully, if you've not heard the episode yet, go and search it out, listen to it. Any kind of final reflections on having a huge guest like that on the pod, Levi?
None whatsoever.
Okay, good. Great to know. So, we're moving on in our...
Other than that, it would be nice... actually, I do.
Yeah, go ahead.
Other than it would be nice to have some other people in the future. Not necessarily him, but...
Yeah, I mean, if you're listening to this and you're one of those kind of premier Hollywood hotshots, you got a big pair of breeches,
like Josh Hartnett or somebody of that.
Yeah.
Right.
If you reach out to us at no underscores in this, no spaces, all lowercase, Huffman Brothers Productions at gmail.com. Again, that's Huffman Brothers Productions at gmail.com. Please reach out to us if you want to follow in Vim's footsteps. And footsteps and be on here.
I mean, like I said, somebody like Josh Hartnett, somebody like Kevin Federline.
Yeah, right. Like early 2000s mega
like the other
Kevins,
Kevins, like Klein. I mean, that would be kind of cool. Feige,
Phoebe Cates, we would prefer over Kevin Klein.
Yeah,
and just discuss things Bill Hicks
like
said.
Gremlins.
Right. But nonetheless, we're also...
he'd be barnstorming the White House kind of situation.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Yeah. Over the hump of... we're officially now kind of halfway through our 10-episode sojourn into crime films, crime cinema, which we've been doing for a little while now. As we said at the end of last week, we're kind of skipping ahead all of a sudden past the 80s, which there were some great crime films here and there in the 80s, but we're jumping from American Friend in 1977 to Bad Lieutenant, which was 1992, I believe. Mm-hmm. Directed by, of course, Abel Ferrara. He would have been a great guy to have on here. Maybe one day we can.
Well,
get
he's
him
had
on,
a history of interesting media appearances. The Conan one for The Funeral is the biggest, I think, that people know about.
And I think Conan actually said that's one of the worst guests he's ever had.
And
then I think he said he was drunk, clearly too. If you
and then Willem Dafoe, who has been in quite a few of his films
and
now, especially his newer movies, like
Siberia.
Pasolini, Tommaso, Siberia.
Yeah.
That he did his impression of the Conan appearance on Conan, which is even funnier almost than the real appearance.
Yeah.
But it's interesting that we're doing this movie, I think, about halfway through, because it is by far the most extreme, I think, that we're going to do. I think the only other movie kind of this extreme after this is our last movie we're going to do, the newest.
Yeah.
And then another movie and a couple ones that is a little... has some different things different things involving Ian McShane. Let's just say that. But
it's funny you should say that too, because crime cinema a little bit akin to, but dissimilar from, like, say, horror cinema, has this whole reputation of being lurid, of being gritty, of being disreputable in a lot of ways. And it's not until you see exactly a movie like this, which actually does have a big star like Harvey Keitel and a name like Ferrara, who in the early 90s was starting to go through a little bit of an evolution from what he was, but still what he was, how much you realize, oh, wait a minute, how often this brand of cinema, especially made from studios, which has been mostly the things we've talked about, how many punches they actually pull for all the import of, oh, they're grimy, they're gritty, they're fearless, and then you see something like this, and you're like, oh, this actually feels even more in your face.
The only thing
say,
I can
a lot
think
of cinema, even like, say, a grand filmmaker like Martin Scorsese, who I want to talk about his relationship to this sort of a movie, which his name came up in a lot of the reviews we can talk about later with Ferrara, but it's not till you see something this extreme, which also got like an NC-17 rating, that you're like, oh, wow, how much this genre pulls punches, how often.
Because one of the only movies, and this is a gangster movie, so it is a crime movie, but it's more of a gangster movie explicitly, but Scarface, the De Palma version, is one of those, I think, that is more in that wheelhouse of movie that actually is a big studio movie that actually is pretty extreme for what it is, and part of that's just because Oliver Stone and Brian De Palma working with Pacino is just ultimately going to be a train wreck of immorality.
We can maybe just take a very we didn't really have this plan, but I think it'd be interesting to just take a very brief amount of time to just talk about Scarface ever so briefly, because we are skipping the 80s, and in many ways that has come to crystallize not only kind of 80s crime films, but also just 80s cinema in general. And I think sometimes I just forget and underrate the fact that Oliver Stone and Brian De Palma work together. And that's exactly the sort of work you would expect those two big minds in their own way to collide and to create something like that.
Well, and interestingly, that was coming off of, he had just, I guess, worked on the Conan movies Oliver Stone wrote randomly. That's all. I always forget that too, which John Milius directed the first one. That makes sense to me. But and he had, he made movies like The Hand and other stuff, and then it was kind of the mid '80s when he made like Platoon. Well, mid to late '80s, Platoon, Born on the 4th of July,
finally started
Talk
becoming
Radio.
his own filmmaker.
But that he was a screenwriter for a long time. Of course, also wrote another '80s crime movie that we're skipping over. That Scudder movie. 8 Million Ways to Die. But it's interesting that, and you can see that too, you can see with Scarface that, first of all, I don't totally know what the germination of that idea was, of whether or not that was a De Palma product more than a Stone product. It probably was kind of both, that they wanted to remake a gangster movie from the 30s. Really great original movie, by the way. Better than this
and
one.
Again, one that is notably a Universal release. That, a lot of people, I think, in their heads maybe assume it was a Warner Brothers movie, but it was actually Universal competing and trying to do their version of that. Which it stands right on par with most of those Warner Brothers movies.
And I think that conceptually, and I guess we'll kind of show what our opinions of Scarface are, which mine are pretty muddled overall. I've
actually grown to like it a little more with time, but that still don't.
I think for me, I mean, I'm not a big De Palma fan. I'm just particularly don't like his movies. I
like him probably a little better than you, but I'm still not.
Well, there are movies like Carlito's Way I quite like, or Snake Eyes is kind of fun. Phantom of the Paradise I think is really quite good. Blowout. But I'm just funny. I'm like, listen, all these movies I like. But Dress to Kill I think is abominable. Sisters I didn't really get. And Scarface, I think that's kind of his ultimate movie, and a lot of people talk about it that way because, he kind of made a lot of different types of movies. Mostly, we actually think of him as more of that kind of erotic thriller, Hitchcockian director. But then he had all these, gangster movies. Scarface was one, The Untouchables, Carlito's Way, The Black Dahlia, which is not a gangster movie, but is a period noir crime movie, kind of like erotic thriller, I guess.
Which I've not seen, and I would love to see exactly how he adapted
James Ellroy, because I haven't seen L.A. Confidential.
That
either,
is a good
so.
movie, yeah.
But it's a
Curtis
Curtis Hanson
Hanson,
movie,
yeah.
who co-wrote White Dog.
Yeah.
But anyway, I think the ultimate problem with something like Scarface, though, because I feel like the screenplay, and I say this as an Oliver Stone fan, maybe, but that with the screenplay, I think is incredibly interesting, is the idea of a Cuban kind of refugee in Miami, kind of rising through the ranks of the organized crime there, which is, I mean, there are, the Italian mafia is definitely in Miami, clearly. But that was, at that time, far more of a Hispanic lensed gang lifestyle.
Especially all that was made in the midst of the war on drugs, the Reagan era
Yeah.
administration.
And that was inherently, like, say, more just frankly racist crusade against minorities.
Also a way to
primarily.
justify American influence in Latin America. in a lot of
Yeah,
ways,
and so I feel like there's a lot of things that Stone is interested in and working with there. And I think ultimately the movie does work in the sense that it's doing that, but yet being this big, operatic, violent, engaging, and overall relatively entertaining movie. But I'm not kidding when I say this. I think that Pacino is genuinely kind of bad.
I was going to say, that is a very interesting Pacino performance and role because he had a few times and moments before that where he had gone big, but I think to us, we still think of like his Michael Corleone performances. Dog Day Afternoon, he's starting to get a little bit bigger as a performer by then. But Scarface kind of represents his like ultimate, like just big over-the-top performance. One that I think mostly works for what the movie is, but I do think that with making those type of movies are very dicey because you need to have some sort of a likability to following this monstrous sort of character. When you think of like a lot of those James Cagney performances, we talked a little bit about him when we were doing his Stone I Die, even though that was atypical.
Or even with Paul Muni in the original Scarface, I mean, there's nothing really likable about that person.
Yeah.
But he just has a charisma that is so interesting and has frankly been overshadowed by those Cagneys, Bogarts, Rafts even, that it's still novel to watch somebody like Paul Muni. That even when he is so terrible, you can accept that as, okay, fine, he's a particular kind of
And I think one of the big problems of Scarface is there's not anything likable about Tony Montana in that movie. He's just total...
You want to play rough? Okay.
I mean, it's like we laugh.
You know what I'm realizing actually now is that, and we haven't talked about this show in a while, but Giovanni Ribisi as Joe Colombo in
We're still
The
watching
Offer
this, by the way.
is basically a Tony Montana voice. But like more obese and more Italian is like that whole kind of weird inflection. But anyway,
but I think that's one of the biggest problems with Scarface is that you need to have at least a little something of a reason. I'm going to go on this journey with this. A man I know is despicable or evil, but there's something there. And in some ways, maybe the most truthful thing about the movie is that there is nothing there. To go, but that also as an audience leaves us a little bit alienated. Like we need a little something, and I honestly think to what you're saying, that honestly comes down more to the performance, but from Pacino than it even does at the writing level.
Yeah, because I think that everything's there to make a good enough movie, and then naturally also you have De Palma doing his little thing,
his big thing.
But I want to jump real quickly to Goodfellas though and talk about that.
Yeah, because we're skipping over that too.
Because. And we're, of course, going to do that movie someday.
Yeah,
I mean,
of course.
That's obvious. But with that movie, though, you have somebody like Ray Liotta, who I don't find Henry Hill to be a particularly likable individual in any way. I don't find him to have many redeeming qualities, even in his relationship with Karen, Lorraine Bracco's character in the movie.
He has an arc, though.
Yes, and there is a clear distinction that Scorsese and Hill make. Yeah. That even though he was this type of guy, ultimately there were these other people that were more insane and violent than he was, and that's not
puts him in a corner to it puts that character in a corner to like make decisions that might be irrational, might be evil,
Right.
might be stupid, but they're based on pure survival instinct. You know, and
But
so
what's
you,
interesting,
you can at least put
yeah.
yourself in that sometimes. And I think let me just say this real quick.
Yeah.
I think part of the brilliance of Liotta's performance in that movie is, now Henry Hill does have a personality, but he is a little bit of a blank slate when compared to Jimmy Conway or
Tommy
DeVito in that, where it's like they have these big personalities, and to make Henry Hill a little bit more of a blank slate comparatively allows us as the audience to put ourselves in these positions and kind of act as,
and
he acts as an avatar for us.
And he also is an outsider because he was half Irish, and so he's not totally Italian, kind of like Jimmy Conway was too.
Right.
But yeah, and going back to Scarface though, that's like taking the forgot his name.
Tony Montana.
No,
you talking about his buddy
in Godfellas. Man, I'm really screwing up. Goodfellas.
Ray Liotta, Henry Hill.
Home Alone guy.
Oh, Joe Pesci.
Joe Pesci, yeah.
Joe Pesci.
Joe Pesci. Well, I
One
was
of the few
thinking
Italian
Pesci,
American actors who's not dead now.
Right. Anyway.
Yeah, we're going to talk about Sorvino in a little bit.
Essentially, yeah, we're talking about Goodfellas, isn't it? But yeah, with Pesci in that movie, it's like you take the Pesci DeVito character, but make him the main character.
Yes.
Scarface.
And you realize that is not going to work, because
even
this sounds very removed, but like the Pirates of the Caribbean franchise, like the decision in the fourth and fifth one, everybody loves Jack Sparrow, let's make him be the lead of the movie. Right. It's like, no, you need a center, you need a Orlando Bloom type to lead this whole thing.
Keira Knightley, at least.
Yeah, I mean, and that romance, which as a kid sometimes I was like, I want to get to the Jack Sparrow parts, but as I got older, I realized the mechanics of why it all works, and I'm like, no, you need that. You can't you can't have that be the lead of the movie, because it's not sustainable.
And I think that, and I seriously think this, I'm not just saying this in a like bro sort of way, you know. I really do think that the climax of Scarface is one of the greatest climaxes in any movie. I mean, it's kind of, whenever you think of like big movie, because it's the same thing as the original movie. It's,
right.
You know, but what's interesting is the cops were the ones doing it in that, and not like another gang. But I feel like, though, why I continue to return to Scarface, other than it just being such a big movie and an interesting movie, is that I live for that ending. Mm-hmm. Because, and I feel like it only works because you watch the whole movie and you're like, oh my god, this guy's so awful. Mm-hmm. Like, you know. And then to finally see it happen at the end, and it's just massive explode. Because I feel like that's Brian De Palma at his best, actually. Because a lot of people think of De Palma in the senses of like the museum sequence in Dress to Kill, the subway sequence in Carlito's Way, the train station sequence, or even before that, the Racine Street thing where as Sean Connery says in that. All those sequences that are these long takes, they kind of, or these very long drawn out sequences. But and those are all quite good, and that's why I think people love De Palma and stuff like that. I just can't stomach everything that goes along with it. Mm-hmm. But that I think what works so much about that ending, like say, is just the total explosion of style. Because very rarely do you see in movies like that, you would have the Godfather movies before that, you know, other gangster movies up until that point, where, especially taking the Godfather movies as an example, these very big, operatic, like, all these people getting killed at the same time, and it's all very structured and very particular. It is interesting, and I think worthwhile to finally see a movie just say, here's the big shootout, and just everything is destroyed.
Yeah.
And you get a sense of, I think what does eventually kind of work about that movie in that sense is this is the only way it could have ended for this person. Mm-hmm. And that is a representation of his rage and his inability to fit in with the outside world, coming out in this big, gaudy, awful mess of a shootout that is just, you know, so destructive.
I mean, it's befitting of the character in the movie in many ways.
Yeah. And so then you have everything else about Scarface, which is just
there's all this stuff with his sister and his friend,
which I find inherently interesting.
Yeah.
But that stuff was in the original movie. I mean, you know, and Michelle Pfeiffer, I think, is pretty good in the movie.
Yeah. As one of her earlier roles.
Yeah. But, I mean, I originally even started talking about Scarface, bringing this up, because you had you know, the chainsaw sequence, which is pretty early in the movie.
Yeah,
you know.
that's very early.
You have the guy hanging from the helicopter. There's all these other things even before that final moment, and then, of course, just the profanity in the movie's on another level. But I think that has why it has remained so influential and important for so many people, is because it was that movie for that time that was like, all right, let's do this thing. Yeah. The first true movie of the 80s to be totally profane and violent,
I think this is so obvious it's almost hazard to mention it, but the atmosphere of that movie, to kind of take what was basically, you know, this kind of very gritty New York setting in the first movie and to transplant it onto 80s Miami, you just like was a smart
Chicago, the first movie.
Oh Chicago, yeah. Right. But to transport it to Miami in the 80s and the opulence of that, like, just totally fit.
Yeah.
And made a lot of sense. And I think that is one of the rare times where a remake is not necessarily better than the original, but it at least is inspired enough to justify its own existence. And that usually, and sometimes remakes that are even better than that don't even go as far as to achieve that, actually, because there's certain remakes you get to and you're like, oh, that was good, but why?
Yeah.
This is not even as good as the first one, but you're like, oh, I know why they made that, and while I might have problems with it, it's inspired enough, as I said, to justify its own existence.
Well, and I think also when you think about how many, and I think why we needed to bring this up now, because we're going to talk about a lot of these 90s crime movies here in a little while, is that all the people that were influenced by that movie, of the movies like, you know, Menace to Society, Boys in the Hood, all those kind of hood movies.
Yeah.
Then you also even had King of New York, the Abel Ferrara movie before Bad Lieutenant, that I think is very clearly a very Scarface analog, but that's almost like, let's take Christopher Walken, who's like a walking corpse the way he looks. He's just very white, pale,
no pun intended,
looking, and, you know, I finally got that, what you said about walking but that it's just totally not what you'd expect, that he like kind of runs the like the underworld of all these like you know, ghetto gangs and stuff. It's very strange, and that movie ultimately ends in a similar way to Scarface, of course not with any of the opulence or the madness of that, but that he's like surrounded on all sides and then just kind of gives up, you know. But sorry if you haven't seen King of New York, I recommend it. It's actually my favorite Ferrara movie I've seen so far, but I think this is better than that even. But there were so many movies that were inspired by Scarface directly, even after it.
Yeah,
even into the 90s, of a lot of these more violent movies, and this is the only one I can think of, Bad Lieutenant, that really lives up to that. I think, as far as saying, oh, we really are going to take it to this length, because even those other movies I feel like don't always do that. Yeah,
I know that was a random detour to take, but since we were just skipping the 80s and it kind of it came up, I was like, oh, well, why not talk about this a little bit, because I think there was some good stuff in that discussion. So before we get to Bad Lieutenant, though, we just gotta get into it. Put that napkin on your lapel and get ready to dig into that Blue Plate special.
Hi, Audrey.
Mama, have a cup of coffee, please.
Sure. I'll have what she's having.
Hey, who wants a large pepperoni? Coming up!
The order is right here.
Thank you.
Quick one.
We have a few movies to talk about today, as well as some recent deaths that occurred. We'll start talking. We don't have to talk a whole long about this. Levi wrote a really great essay, I think, on 1941. That's kind of an oxymoron to write some of the best, writing samples or writing things you can do come from very flawed works, like something like 1941.
The 1979 movie, not the year 1941.
No, not the year.
I feel like all has been said that can be said about that.
Yeah, so the movie 1941, which again, as Levi said, came out in 1979. This was Steven Spielberg's follow-up to Close Encounters and came right before he directed Raiders of the Lost Ark. Listen to these 5 films that this person directed simultaneously. We'll skip the middle one for now, for the purpose of what I'm about to say. Jaws, Close Encounters of the Third Kind, Raiders of the Lost Ark, and E.T. the Extraterrestrial. All 4 of those movies, in my own personal opinion, are all 5-star classics, okay?
Yeah.
The great, Jaws, one of the greatest movies, period. Certainly one of the greatest, if you want to call it horror movies, monster movies, beach movies, whatever, okay?
I love beach movies. Yeah.
Close Encounters of the Third Kind's interesting because obviously it very famously came out the same summer as Star Wars. Yeah. Star Wars kind of stole the thunder from what Spielberg's follow-up to Jaws would have been, and they were, of course, great friends and still are. But
traded points on that.
Yeah, Lucas Spielberg did. But wildly creative movie about aliens and a very daring ending in terms of the decision Richard Dreyfuss's character makes.
Yeah.
A total explosion of style. I mean, you can see what Spielberg was in Jaws and clearly see this leveling up that had taken place.
I still think one of his best sequences, and this is saying something really, but one of his best sequences and one of the best sequences in movies, period, is in that where it's a famous scene, but where he's sitting at the stop sign or stoplight, looking at the map, and the spaceship comes down and turns all the power off and everything's flying around. I just think that's one of the best random sequences ever. But yeah, and also for a movie that is also ultimately about a man who feels like an alien in his own home.
Yes.
And what that means. And not and as you realize, not that he doesn't want some sort of connection with other people. But I feel like that's a very actually 1970s kind of thought. Mm-hmm. But yeah,
Raiders of the Lost Ark, which of course created one of the most iconic film heroes of all time, Indiana Jones. Obviously Harrison Ford was already on the up and coming as being a star after the Star Wars movies. Exploded after Raiders of the Lost Ark. I don't know, best action movie ever made. Maybe it's way up there.
And the first of the actual major collaborations between him and Lucas, definitively.
Yeah,
since Lucas created all that, and I think, and I talked about this in 1941, my review 1941. I went on a really long time talking about just the state of movies at that time and how a movie like that could exist at all. But that just that people were longing after the cynicism of the 70s to see that movie serial swashbuckler fisticuff kind of storytelling come back to just be like, hey, let's do this thing. And there's no two better people to come together to do that than Lucas, who I think clearly understood all the implications of that kind of storytelling, and then Spielberg, who just had the vision to actually do it. So,
and then E.T., which I could talk a lot about E.T. because it's one of my very favorite movies from him. But E.T. acts as a great, I think, double feature with Close Encounters in terms of being his kind of two big alien movies.
Yeah.
Close Encounters obviously being from not only a man's perspective, but kind of a younger father's perspective, versus E.T. from a child's perspective, and how they were two wildly different movies, but still great in their own ways. A movie that was literally the highest-grossing movie of the 80s of all time.
Have been movies plural because it made so much money.
Yeah, I mean, Jaws was the highest grossing. Star Wars came along and outgrossed that. E.T. then came along and outgrossed
Notably,
that.
one of the only big movies to never get a sequel.
I was going to say, too. Yeah. Massive movie, never got a sequel. I think that was, frankly, one of the best decisions Spielberg ever made, to let that movie forever be
and
that
movie. And
the only
pseudo-sequel material that ever existed is the theme park ride at Universal Studios.
Right. Yeah.
So, but...
And then, all four of those are just, wow. I mean, if he retired that day, you'd think, oh, that was just one. And he, of course, went on to make plenty of other great movies. But what a run. Oh, and then, by the way, in the middle of all that, 1941 exists. How and why does that happen?
Well, and, I mean, I said, I talked about all this in my review, and I recommend everybody go read that if you
I'll
care.
put a link to that in here.
Yeah, I hate selfish promotion, but
No, that was a great review. Essay you wrote.
But I kind of thought about it, and ultimately you had the 70s, which was so cynical. Everybody hated the government by then, and you'd had the movies like MASH, Catch-22, all those movies we've talked about ad nauseum that were making fun of the military.
Especially in the wake of Vietnam.
Yeah, and also Watergate had happened, and interestingly, instead of focusing as much on that sort of thing, that whole kind of political thriller kind of happened.
Alan
and
J.
of course,
Pakula's most
Clue
associated
had
with
happened
that.
before that.
Yeah.
But then you had, and also 3 Days of the Condor, that was a
Yeah.
little bit before that too, Sidney Pollack movie. But a lot of, that's the way they started to actually deal with that, is instead doing these thrillers out of that. So people had kind of tired of that whole kind of movie by then, of just like, yeah, whatever, or we don't really care. But then alongside that, you had the John Landis movies like Animal House is what this movie reminded me most of, and it came out the year before that. Of just, let's just tear everything down, everything sucks, let's not even actually deal with the political ramifications of what happens, we just want to see everything burn. So you put both of these two movies together, and ultimately I think that's what you get with 1941, which strangely to me takes the attack on Pearl Harbor and the ensuing paranoia of specifically Southern California, but California in general, right after that. And you're like, oh, let's make fun of that. Because originally the Robert Zemeckis, Bob Gale screenplay was going to be something more serious. It was going to, deal with the Zoot Suit rights on a more serious level. The Battle of Los Angeles, which is very brief, basically what happens in the movie, where something that actually wasn't anything becomes this kind of random little skirmish against nothing. But that ultimately Spielberg also, like we said, wanted to try out comedy, I think.
Yeah.
And the form in which he went about that was a lot like that Landis kind of style of irreverent, destructive comedy. Not really like Mel Brooks either, and where it's witty. It's very, and I love Animal House, and Blues Brothers too. But when you see Spielberg trying to do that in the movie, and you said this a lot, it tries way too hard to be funny.
And when you do that just makes it, the desperation seeps through the whole thing.
Oh yeah, no, the movie feels so desperate. I don't know why either.
So don't you like me? Don't you love it?
It's like we loved your other stuff, babe. But
and we'll love in the future.
And Self-Contained Babe was in the movie. Warren Oates. Randomly, like some of my favorite people: Warren Oates, Samuel Fuller, Dan Aykroyd. No, just kidding. On that. Show up in the movie.
Treat Williams.
Yeah, Treat Williams.
Plans for.
Yeah. And I'm just like, why did they have to be dragged into this? Because
especially Samuel Fuller, I was really thinking
Ned
a lot about.
Beatty in it.
He's just And the movie even treats Sam Fuller in a fairly dignified light, too. He's just like this... I don't remember what rank he is. He's basically like a general who's like... And he's there smoking his cigar. And this was just a little bit after, I think we had did all of our American Friend stuff. And I was thinking about him more anyways. And I was like, why is he in this?
Well, and interestingly...
sad, honestly.
Kind of... From Pierre LeFou onward... in the mid-'60s, when he was like not making movies, basically, or like making as many movies.
Yeah.
In the 60s and 70s, he basically just kind of became the unofficial guru, kind of mentor of all these different filmmakers. Right. We talked about Wim Wenders is a big one.
Yeah.
Later, Jarmusch. All these different people and he just showed up in all these people's movies, basically.
And then even the French movies, the French New Wave, he was an influence
right,
too,
and so it's just interesting. It's like he was making his world tour during 2 decades before he made the Big Red One, basically, and was just like, I'm just gonna hang around with all these random people and just kind of like, okay, whatever. But ultimately, and that's what's so sad about a movie like this, because inherently, I find the pedigree of it to be so high.
Oh, yeah, you can tell he had whatever budget he wanted, basically. I mean, it's all on the screen.
It just all was a bunch of nothing.
Yeah. And I think, to me, you're talking earlier about him trying to do comedy. I know he had a lifelong love for animation. And I think ultimately that, like, the best medium where that was channeled through him was, like, in the late 80s, early 90s when he started to produce, like, Animaniacs and, like, Tiny Toons. And, like, he finally got to channel his love of animation into that. he tried to do outright comedy in this, and obviously there are funny moments in all of his movies. I mean, Jaws has a lot of very funny moments, and
I find Raiders of the Lost Ark.
Raiders of the Lost Ark's
all of those
hilarious. I mean,
movies are very funny.
E.T. too.
Yeah.
I mean, all these movies have comedy in them, but for him to try to explicitly do a comedy, at least at that point in his career, I think he was caught. But he was caught in a weird, mode where he didn't realize that on the whole, comedy does not work well with big budgets. For one thing, I think It's a Mad, 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 Mad World is a little bit of an outlier in terms of giving a big budget to comedy, because
there
comedy
are parts
usually,
of that though that falter.
Yes.
It's not all funny.
Yeah, it's not.
But,
and I know you're one of the biggest fans of that movie. I know there's some punchlines of that movie. It's purely, look at that person.
Yeah.
Here they are.
But
and I feel like there's some of that in this too, in terms of like, it doesn't totally go in that direction as much, but like, it's like, oh, there's Warren Oates. Oh, there's Samuel Fuller. Like, oh, there's
Elisha
Ned
Cook
Beatty.
Jr.
Yeah, it's just like,
I know who Elisha Cook Jr.
there's Mickey
is,
Rourke,
but-
even though you don't know who that is yet. And
there's John Belushi again.
Yeah,
Like in random scenes.
and it's just, and I wonder too if like coming after Close Encounters. Now, when I say that movie was heavy, I'm not talking like Schindler's List heavy or anything like that. But the emotional themes of something like Close Encounters were pretty big and substantial. Certainly a level up from what Jaws even was. I think. I guess he just wanted to go in a different direction and try something different, which I love when a filmmaker does that. Even when they make a movie I don't like, if they try to stretch themselves and do something different, I'm all for that. And this movie has since got a little bit of a cult status behind it, of people coming back around. Well, actually, 1941 is pretty good,
And they showed it on TV a lot, I think, in the 80s, and it kind of got people liked it a little more then, but yeah.
And I think also it has this stigma that it was a, quote, bomb. That's officially not exactly true. It did make money, but when you're literally following up Jaws, and while Close Encounters didn't make the money Star Wars did, it was still a pretty big hit in 1977.
Yeah.
That the expectations for what a Spielberg movie was were a little bit a head-scratcher at that moment after 1941. And again, the production value of the movie is so high, and you're like, man, you see what the movie is. It's like this big block of granite, and there's been a sort of a sculpture made out of it. Like, hey, you need to cut this, you need to cut that, and on the whole, what the movie's calling for and demands, John Belushi's role in it doesn't exactly fit.
Yeah.
But all of his scenes were very funny to me.
Mm-hmm.
And, I've seen Blues Brothers, I've seen Animal House, a lot of stuff he was in. But as someone who didn't really live through that
Saturday
period
Night Live
he was in,
stuff, and
I've seen clips of that.
Right.
Like, every once in a while, I need, frankly, a little bit of a reminder of, oh, John Belushi. Remember him and how great he was. And anytime he came into the movie, I was kind of set up instinctively like, oh, he's here. There's going to be, even though, again, it doesn't fit with what this is, it's something funny, which makes me think we should have refashioned the movie to be something more involving that as opposed to his sporadic appearances. Because he, like the character in the movie, is just kind of floating around and will crash anywhere at will, basically, and then pop into the movie, and you're like waiting for that crash to happen.
Right, yeah.
Because so much of the actual story and plot are either bland, listless, or unfunny, and just like
the Tim
not really
Matheson,
interesting.
Nancy Allen stuff, I thought was so god awful. I was just like, this is so bad.
Yeah.
Because there were other parts of the movie. The Ned Beatty stuff I thought was kind of funny, just because it's
And
Ned
destroying
Beatty.
his house at the end.
And
that's
I
kinda
think that's
funny.
funny. Of like, let's put an anti-aircraft battery in your, or a either anti-aircraft or like anti-naval battery in your front yard, just as a whole
And then,
concept.
like, little
is-
Ned Beatty and that, and him getting shot, and him
because they
flying
didn't
through the
like
air,
nail
like,
the thing down on the ground. There's stuff of that that's funny. I think, and then oh my god, the Murray Hamilton, Eddie Deason stuff.
Oh my god,
that's actually genuinely
With
the
the
worst
ventriloquist
stuff in the movie, I think. But there's so little of it, I didn't really mind it as much. But the stuff with Tim Matheson and Nancy Allen, there's way too much of that. And
what's the? I don't even like the whole deal. Is like, oh, she's like attracted to
she's sexually
airmen.
attracted to airplanes.
Yeah, and it seems as though at first it's airmen in general, but then you kind of come to realize it's basically by osmosis of that airplanes themselves, and it's just like, okay, like
Airport.
It's like it's like Spielberg kind of watched the opening of Doctor Strangelove before watching the movie. He's like, ooh, we need like a bit of like, airplane sex or airplane dirtiness in it or something.
Yeah.
I don't know. You also mentioned that Kubrick himself. That was around the time I think they met each other and formed what would be a relationship that lasted to the end of Kubrick's life. But he kind of said this needs to be something more serious.
Yeah.
And I'm not saying Stanley Kubrick's opinion is sacrosanct exactly, but at that point, I think we can agree he knows more about movies than Spielberg does.
Well, he just come off of making Barry Lyndon and was in the process of making The Shining. I mean, clearly he's going to know what's going on. Another thing is, along those same lines, if you get Toshiro Mifune and Christopher Lee for your movie, and you just totally waste them, basically, because I find that whole sequence, that whole section of the movie, whole section, to be actually one of the more interesting.
The whole relationship between
this like
Japan
Nazi who is like
German
shadowing
Nazi,
the Imperial Japanese Navy.
And he can't officially give them orders because he's officially basically on it as an advisor. But that, and those two icons of international cinema.
And that they're like, I do think it is kind of funny that they're lost and they're like, let's find Hollywood.
Yeah, right.
And then when they actually get there, it's like the pier is the only thing they destroy. That is genuinely kind of funny. I think if it's like...
I do think that one scene, too, with Slim Pickens being captured is funny. And then it even kind of parodies or apes on him in Doctor Strangelove even, too, a little bit.
Yeah, it's like if he would have been captured in Doctor Strangelove, what would that have been? But I think that stuff is kind of funny. But, like... when you make, and this is ultimately the problem with the movie, is when you make the whole thing a farce, and some people would think this is a better idea than it's not, but follow me on this. When you make a movie that is a farce like that, where every single person in the movie is totally stupid,
it's not going to work.
Why would I want to watch
Well, it's also, there's no point of comparison.
Right, because it's
the whole point of, if you're going to have a really stupid character, you're going to need that straight man to bounce off of it.
Because even at its most basic level, it could have done, this is a like stereotype that I don't really like, but the movie could have just done the whole thing of, the Japanese are very cunning and very and they talk a lot about honor in the movie, but that could have been so much more interesting if they would have seen what all the people, all these supposedly humorous people in Hollywood acting a fool, and they would look at that with revulsion, then we could have had something here. But they are just as dumb as they are. And it's just
it's not gonna work.
And so it's not even offensive. I think the most offensive stuff in the movie is the way that they deal with the whole Zoot Suit riot stuff, which was like genuinely
so painted on in an afterthought.
A race riot.
Yeah, it was the real thing.
And it just seems, and they also take it at a different time. And it's anachronistic. I find that stuff to be not exactly abominable because it's not that in the movie that much, but to just take something so awful as
make as a background
and
plot
just
point.
by the way, that's just so terrible.
It's just lazy.
And lazy more than anything, and that I just found ridiculous.
I really did love one of my favorite bits in the movie, though. I don't think we really talked about this. Was it Robert Stack is in it, and I just love his voice and his presence.
Yeah, I love Robert Stack.
Of him just like trying to watch Dumbo, and they keep coming in and like interrupting him watching Dumbo, and like he's like, leave me alone. Let me just watch the movie and like watch this cartoon movie. And then
it's interesting too. That was just the year before Airplane, so he's kind of in that mode of like, I used to be that actor who was in like wasn't he in some like Douglas Sirk stuff?
Yes,
and like
on the Wind,
like a real actor, you know. And he's kind of like Leslie Nielsen too around that time of like there were these
straight men,
older actors that Leslie Nielsen having been in like Forbidden Planet and a lot of these other movies where he was playing the straight man, and then to be like, let's do that.
Lampoon in that,
right. And so
it's weird too. But like you said, we're talking about Animal House, Airplane, all these movies. I mean, come on, we know John Landis and ZAZ. Good. They're not Steven Spielberg.
No.
Yet they made this movie better than Steven Spielberg would have been able to make.
Yeah.
I think in a lot
because
of ways.
Their one major collaboration, Kentucky Fried Movie, I think is good. It's quite good.
Yeah.
But isn't as good as either like Landis's films like Animal House or even later Airplane or even especially Amazon Women on the
Yes,
Moon, which is
we
the same
love,
version
yeah.
of. It's weird when you have these collaborations like that and this stuff doesn't work. And when you have a collaboration as big as 1941 of all these various people, and especially even, and I'm no Zemeckis fan, as we know. I mean, I like some of his movies, but it seems like him and Bob Gale were genuinely like, okay, let's try to do this thing and really interrogate, because I think there is something there on the bone of like, let's think about what was it like.
That mania and mass hysteria.
But a really great book randomly to read about that and is Farewell to Manzanar, which is about this Japanese-American family that was sent to the Manzanar internment camp.
Yeah.
And there's, at the beginning of the book, that whole book's really good, but at the beginning, it's explicitly about what was it like to live in Los Angeles after that.
Yeah.
And so there are other instances of that being explored.
Yes.
This, though, feels like the biggest one, and
Just didn't work.
it's all just a joke.
Yeah.
And it's interesting, too, because World War II, even still now, but especially then, was hailed as the righteous war, you know.
Yeah.
And it's just so interesting to me that he would take that and do that because his father had been in World War II. And then if you see later with Schindler's List, which is one of the most least humorous movies I've ever seen, quite
I mean,
literally.
it's very sober, very...
And then even Saving Private Ryan, and you're just like, this is the same person?
I think that
made this,
that right
you
there
know?
shows you, I mean, you could just say it's just Spielberg, and I think that's partially true.
Yeah.
But there was a huge questioning of the greatest generation, even in the 70s, that by the time you get 20 years later to the 90s, people stopped, especially the boomer generation, who were making a lot of
After
this,
the Cold War,
satirical,
too, was over, yeah, I think.
hard-bitten stuff, as these, their dads are reaching their 70s, to stop and go, oh, wow, you know what, we need to take this more seriously and kind of think about this. And so, it is fascinating. If you put 1941 right next up to Saving Private Ryan, incredibly different visions of that era and that period of those men and the rationales behind why they were doing what they were doing.
Mm-hmm. And that movie, even like I said, has far more of a sense of humor than Schindler's List does, I just think it's just pretty weird that there's a movie like that is just like looking at the Nazis and the Japanese and just kind of shrugging and saying, oh, whatever, let's just kind of make fun of them, and also yet not really totally interrogating the ridiculous nature of the Los Angelinos' paranoia, because I think the movie's ultimate sin actually is to say, oh no, wait, there actually is a Japanese sub out there.
Yeah, so it's almost like, well, so that was
paranoia.
Yeah, right.
Right.
So it's like, well, so if it's confirmed, then are they acting that crazy?
Right.
Then? And now they
And
are,
so-
but
Yeah, so
You're
that
right.
is a problem too, is that it's saying, no, actually, their mania, which was understandable at the time, somewhat,
yeah.
translated into this whole, the racism wasn't understandable, but just the immediacy after that of saying, oh no, will we literally be attacked?
And there's really
But-
no mention or much talk or any real Japanese Americans in the movie or what's going to follow with the internment camps and whatnot. And I feel like a Spielberg 10 years later who would have made this movie would have acknowledged that and would have been more mature.
'Cause
And
even
I think
Clint-
this is a healthy example of some, and I think the whole wrap on this movie to me ultimately is it's a healthy example of a really great artist, one of the most talented filmmakers the medium will ever see, kind of hitting a wall of his own hubris and kind of being humbled by it. And that he even explicitly said when he's doing Raiders of the Lost Ark, I want to have less days to make this movie than I even might think I do. I want to be held to a budget. Like he immediately learned the lessons from that movie pretty quickly, which shows how smart he was about his own cinema. He immediately learned the lessons and off he went. But that was a great example of coming after these huge successes to just hit the brakes for a second, learn something, and then move on from it.
Yeah.
But you were going to mention something about
Well,
Clint
I was
Eastwood.
just going to say Clint Eastwood with Letters to Iwo Jima, and I know that's later.
Yeah.
But even Clint Eastwood
Who's obviously a more conservative
could
filmmaker than
could
Spielberg.
suspend his own biases and say, "Oh, what about from a Japanese perspective? What's that like?" And I haven't even seen that movie, but I know it's good. I've heard it's good.
A lot of people like Flags of Our Fathers, but almost universally people say Letters from Iwo Jima.
And I think that's wise because it's so different.
Well, even Letters from Iwo Jima is not an indictment of veterans, but an indictment of how America treats its veterans. And so even that's like a kind of a surprising angle for him to take for some people.
Yeah, but I know that was later on. But and I mean, it's fascinating too, just in general how we talked. This is a little different, but also matches Hogan's Heroes. We talked about a while back how that's also it's earlier, but a 70s conceptualization of World War II that's a little more cynical, a little more kind of a part of the time too, as far as some of the comedy stars. And I think another thing too, this is obvious what we've been saying. I think that's a movie, 1941. You're starting to see the influence that Saturday Night Live is having on cinema and just TV comedy in general is really of that moment in time is springboarding into not just the stars, but also even just the sensibilities. Yeah, because you had that in the 60s with something like It's a Mad, 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 Mad World, the Rowan and Martin classic, The Maltese Bippy. I always got to bring that up. But all these movies that were very, TV centric, and then the 70s, it was like, oh, movies are back and better, and and TV kind of just really went into this with like all the westerns and all the garbage in the 70s. But then TV making kind of a comeback into the 70s.
Well, I think too, just in general film comedy.
Yeah,
Saturday Night Live was starting to have a bigger influence in the late 70s because of
Saturday Night Fever, Saturday Night Live. Like, are you alive? Do you have a fever? I mean,
But I mean, again, it's one of those movies that I've got a feeling I'm going to remember this time especially. But I got a feeling years are going to start to go by, and I'm like, I'll give 1941 another go. I bet it's going to be better this time.
Yeah,
and it's always eventually going to be this version of itself. But anyways. Fascinating movie in its own way.
We're talking a little longer on that than I thought we would, but
again, I'm going to put a link to Levi's really great essay he wrote for this. In this, this movie spawned a few essays. This next one, I don't even know how much. Where to start with this? Synecdoche, New York, which was I'd seen once already. This is your first time seeing it. Charlie Kaufman's movie. I don't know how filmic experience. Basically about a kind of needy, at times impotent,
pathetic,
universally selfish, pathetic, but still downright lovable in his own way because it's played by Philip Seymour Hoffman, playwright, who is attempting to basically mount a theater production that is in many ways a conceptualization, a mirror image of his life, and what happens when you get so far into that
your life is the thing.
Yes, that your life becomes the product.
It's a hall of mirrors that doesn't end, essentially.
And so this movie came out in 2008. It was actually Charlie Kaufman's very first movie he directed. He had written, obviously, a lot of movies before. Yeah. Most famously, his collaborations with Spike Jonze, and Spike Jonze was actually supposed to direct this.
Yeah.
But he eventually went another way to go direct Where the Wild Things Are, which came out a year later. Where to start with this? Now, I want to ask you this specifically because this is a movie that very likely for you had this almost mythic reputation for years and years and years and years. What's it like to actually finally watch this movie for yourself?
Well, it's strange because I had assumed it was going to be a little bit more grounded. I know that sounds weird, and that it would just be more
literal.
Yeah, I just assumed it would be a little more literal. The movie's all over the place, which I'm fine. I mean, I'm fine with that. But the movie actually, for what it's about, is pretty fast paced.
Yes,
movie. It doesn't really take much time.
It's about 2
to
hours.
Breathe. Yeah. And just the consistency with which time passes in the movie.
Even the opening scene, I didn't even notice this as much the first time, but I was watching. There's basically this opening dinner table scene. Well, it's at breakfast. And as the scene goes on, you're realizing months are passing, but it seems like one conversation that's moving forward. And I didn't recognize that. I saw this for the first time, I think 9 years ago. I think it was like 2013. And so you just realize quickly the passage of time is slipping, and I know in many ways that's obviously a metaphor for our own lives, but Kaufman obviously has a way of speeding that up. I'm sorry.
No, but yeah, I mean, I just didn't expect that with the movie. I knew it was going to take place over many, many years, and yeah, I mean, I think the movie's about very obvious things as far as like, you know, all of his art is ultimately metatextual in some way. Art and about the artist that made the art. And about him. Especially, I think the best version of that that's been made so far is Adaption.
Yes.
It's probably all told. I think Being John Malkovich is probably his best thing, but Adaption's very close, and I think I actually respect that a little more as a movie about what it's about.
I think for me, Eternal Sunshine is, but as far as his
true.
writing,
Yeah.
but yeah, I mean, all those are they all came out too at a very particular time, the late '90s and early 2000s, and I think there was a milieu that was very popular and in vogue of that moment that he, which I'm not even trying to say that to take away from them because I think they're all brilliant in their own way now even, but there was a moment where that was really hot.
Yeah.
That kind of thing. And Synecdoche, New York feels like it's coming at the tail end of that.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. Yeah, I think that it's that movie that nobody wants to hear what it's saying, interestingly. Because all the other movies, it's like a little fun and games or something. Not that
or romantic.
Or romantic, yeah. And that this is very much like...
Anti-romantic.
No. I mean, literally, the end of the movie is someone... And spoiler if you haven't seen it, I guess. The very end of the movie is him talking to this person, and the person who's directing him in the play loose says, "Die."
Yeah,
and he dies.
It's
and
not
I mean,
funny in the moment,
but yeah.
But if you have any inclination to, even if you like this movie, roll your eyes at anything about it, that certainly opens the door.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
Die, and it fades to white. Yeah, I always love a fade to white. Always something. That was a very 2000s thing to do. Randomly, Rob Zombie movies did that all the time.
Rob Zombie and Charlie Kaufman,
wow.
they should collaborate.
I mean, the Munsters.
Yeah.
I
mean, you say that
Transylvania.
You say that as if like, well, we know Charlie Kaufman's a part of that.
Yeah.
The Munsters. I mean,
duh. Yeah. Rewrites. Pre-sold the movie.
He did. I think it came out. He rewrote one of the Kung Fu Panda movies, I think.
He wanted the money.
And maybe one of the Madagascar movies. I don't remember.
Yeah, were those the more heady parts?
Yeah.
Right, yeah.
No, it might have been Noah Baumbach did the Madagascar movies, I think.
That sounds more likely.
Because he's Ben Stiller.
Yeah,
he knows
right.
Yeah. Anyways.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, ultimately, the movie is...
do you find it to be too on the nose? And, I mean, a lot of his art is about almost being on the nose. I mean, a lot of these movies, especially like adaptation and this, are about writers. And we've talked already about
how much I despise things about
especially
writers.
Novels about writers. And we say this as big fans of Stephen King. Like, a lot of his books are
well,
about,
his movies have some... I mean, his books and books usually have something other than that about them. I mean, there's a supernatural...
Well, I feel like oftentimes that is a way to cut out the middleman of like, oh, don't worry about this person having a profession. They're just kind of a professional wanderer.
Yes.
And then these things happen to them.
Right.
The movie does work in such stark, direct... I mean, again, I don't find the movie to be preachy exactly, but it's like looking almost at the camera, knowing that it's this construction of a thing, and the movie's so self-aware about its self-awareness that it didn't alienate me, but I can frankly understand it alienating other people, even people's opinions I admire, to go, screw this. Like, I don't got time for this. This is like so self-conscious that, but what I admire about Kaufman in general, and I don't love all his work because I don't know if we've talked much about, the Netflix movie.
I'm thinking of anything.
I
do want to talk about that.
I'm not a big fan of that movie, frankly. That's probably my least favorite thing I've seen he did. But on the whole, I'm an admirer of what he's trying to do and get at on the whole. But, it is one of those things like the ambition of it is so big that even if you don't like it, you can't help, I would think, but sit back and admire or respect what he's attempting to do. Literally almost just as a filmmaker, too, not even within the writing. I mean, the sets and the choreography and especially the acting that's involved in this is big.
One scene that made me laugh of both the melodrama of it and quite literally the imagery, and I think it's a little pretentious, is that scene where he goes to find his daughter in Paris, and she's like a stripper, basically.
Yeah. Performance artist.
And he's banging on the window like, it's Daddy! It's Daddy!
Yeah.
And like, her just not even...
Yeah. Acknowledging
him, the people taking him away. That was one scene I was like, this is just ridiculous, like, at a point. But at the same time, I'm kind of like, no, I do get this.
Yeah.
And I don't think it's like, I don't think it shouldn't be in the movie or anything.
Yeah.
But yeah, there are moments, I think, of his art in general that becomes a stumbling block. I do want to jump over real quickly and talk about I'm Thinking of Anything, though. Because his movies, like I said, are always about this person who creates these things, and it's all about their creations, or how they're wronged, or how they're inadequate. And let me say, he has almost written all the checks he can write by, in adaptation, saying, this is me. Literally, this is me.
I mean, it's
and
a
making himself
self-indictment
look
of
bad.
himself, yeah.
So
and he even dedicates the movie to his fake brother.
he isn't, and the brother's better than he is. That's the funniest thing. And he gives the brother more like positive,
yeah.
Traits than himself.
Yeah.
But ultimately, I think that he has allowed himself that he did that and said, "This is me."
So he staked
clearly,
that claim
yes.
to do that, yeah.
But with I'm Thinking of Ending Things, what the problem becomes, because when I was watching that movie, the way I thought it was going to go, and if you haven't seen that movie, this is a spoiler, but I don't care, is that in that movie, ultimately, it's about this woman who is trapped in the mind of another man. Basically, that's essentially what the movie is. But the
John Malkovich. I'm sorry. Being John Malkovich. I'm sorry.
Yeah, right.
Something in my throat there.
Yeah.
To get it out.
But what the problem with that movie becomes is that it becomes more about the man.
Yes.
In the end. And I was like, no, what the movie should have done, because he had already done this in those the dream sequences, or the memories in Eternal Sunshine, where they're like walking through those memories.
Yeah, they're
and
like
trying
in the
to
process of
escape
breaking
them
down
or whatever,
and being destroyed.
And he'd already done that.
Yeah.
But I'm saying he should have done that again, because I was interested in the Jessie Buckley character
Yes.
enough to think this movie should be about her escaping this man's insanity.
Yeah. Or even if she's a fiction, to escape this real man's fictionalization of herself.
Right, yeah. Because she might not even be real. Yeah, that's the whole thing about the movie that's interesting. That then the movie, because I know a lot of people were talking about at the time, how this is what pretentious is. Like, literally, this is the most pretentious thing I've ever seen in a movie, maybe, actually. Is to have her, as Pauline Kael, reading her review of Woman Under the Influence.
Oh, I forgot about that. Yeah.
And for that man in the movie to say, I don't know, I kind of just like the movie. It's like, all right, hang on. Let's stop for a second. Because I love Woman Under the Influence, okay? I love John Cassavetes.
Yeah.
But I'm sorry, whatever Pauline Kael has to, one of the most feminist critics there's ever been, has to say about a movie that is pretty feminist, I'm going to listen to whatever that is, because she, I think, knows more than we all do. And not that I'm going to agree with her opinion.
Right.
But like, to just take that and just have the Jesse Plemons and then, old janitor character, I just find so annoying anyway. But to then be like, I don't know, I kind of just like the movie. It's just so pretentious and lame, because it tries to do this thing where it cuts out pretentiousness of calling Pauline Kael pretentious, right? But that ultimately is just like so haughty and ridiculous to then say, well, I don't agree with that. I just like the movie. Yeah. It's like, well, I don't like this movie very much, so
guess what's going to happen? Like 40 years are going to go by, nobody's going to be quoting a review of I'm Thinking of Anything in another movie.
Because no matter what Pauline Kael thought of that movie, I imagine that she at least gave it the thought process. Now, granted, she was a critic who had to write so many words about a movie, I'm sure,
She nonetheless saw that was an important work in its own way.
But she didn't just dismiss that and say, okay, whatever. Because she probably did that with something like Husbands. I don't know. But I imagine that I don't know what her opinion of Husbands was.
Yeah.
But I imagine she probably watched Husbands and said, this, just shook her head and was like, this is the most ridiculous thing ever.
Yeah.
I mean, but for her to really give a woman under the influence the time and the grace to say, I don't know if I like what this is. And then for a movie years later to take a potentially interesting female character and then basically just debase her to reading Pauline Kael's review of that and then basically making her disappear from the movie to then make it about another man that I care nothing about is just one of the most pretentious, ridiculous, brain-dead things I've ever seen. And it's just
do you
so
think that was
insane to me.
You think that was Kaufman's way of, like, criticizing criticism in general?
Yeah, I think
not necessarily
yes.
Kael even specifically, but just like criticism is a thing.
And then there's all the Easter eggs in the movie. There's the scenes where you see Pauline Kael's books on the shelf, and like, oh, he really read Pauline Kael, and it's just
I've not read it yet. I've got it sitting over there, waiting to read his novel Aunt Kind, which he wrote a few years ago. A lot of people talked about the main character that I think is this like kind of pretentious, snobby film critic. So that in many ways is probably his attempt to. Yeah, and you see this with a lesser artist,
Lady in the Water.
M. Night Shyamalan.
Yeah, I knew that's what
I hate that. I hate that movie.
Yeah,
I want to rewatch it one day.
I want to see it. Because everybody I have talked to says they hate it, and I'm like, I have to see this.
And it's coming after movies on the whole that were good. I mean, but like The Signs or The Village, but it has a character in that M. Night Shyamalan himself plays that's just like brilliant artist who just nobody gets, and you're watching it in the moment, and you're like, are you effing kidding me right now? Just like, are you effing really saying that? It's just like the most annoying thing ever. And now, obviously, I don't think what Kaufman's doing is on that level, but there are no like real big critic main characters in Synecdoche, New York.
No,
but it's almost like critic proofing itself.
But there's all these artists in the movie.
Are a lot of artists
who are all these very pretentious artists, and he makes himself to be I am telling life.
Yeah,
this is that scene.
Yeah.
I mean, So no, there is a pretension there as far as saying all these other different performance art.
Yeah, he's doing air quotes by the way.
Tattoos.
Yeah. Well, also like Catherine Keener's
miniature
art.
Portraits.
Yeah.
Like, oh my god,
yeah,
that's just so dumb.
Yeah.
But like you said, I think what works about that, and even when you just describe what his movies are about on a base level, if you were to describe to me that the third act of Synecdoche, New York, becomes about Philip Seymour Hoffman becoming so Catherine Keener's character, who's his ex-wife, comes back to live in New York. And he is so obsessed with her that he takes on a job as like a cleaning lady. Yeah. I say lady. I didn't say that wrong. Mm-hmm. A cleaning lady, supposedly acting like he's a woman who he clearly isn't.
And he's mistaken for women multiple times throughout the movie. Which I can't think about his declining masculinity or conception of himself.
But then he must just become that part in his own play and somebody else takes over the play.
Yeah, right.
Because the version of him that was playing him, the Tom Noonan character, killed himself.
Which is his own commentary on that character.
Right.
So I can't be this effing pathetic person anymore. I'm going to kill myself.
Then a woman comes in to be Hoffman, that version of Hoffman's character, and she is now directing the play, directing him as that woman in the play.
Does that make sense?
Anyway, but so if you were to explain all that to me, I'd say that is the dumbest, most ridiculous thing I've ever heard. Mm-hmm. But the emotionality of that is so potent in those scenes that I'm just like you said, it's almost critic proof because it's just like, no, this is so poetic, so genuine, so strangely romantic, even in its non-romantic, very unromantic way. Yeah. That even that this is a particular movie where I feel like this was the last time he could do this type of thing. I haven't seen Anomalisa.
I heard it was good. It got good reviews,
but that with this, it does seem at least like, okay, this is kind of pretentious and kind of ridiculous, but it's still operating on this even emotionalities that I don't even think his best work maybe of something like Being John Malkovich even acted on. That was more of a movie that was more obsessed with the
like premise,
and
cleverness,
the cleverness of the metatextuality itself. Whereas this actually is about what is it like to be that man.
I will say,
and that's why I think ultimately Synecdoche, New York works. Is that it is saying what is it truly like to be this type of person who feels dead?
Yes.
To the world, literally,
and they're projecting that death on everyone else.
And
in
so
their
that
life.
I felt that. Therefore, I was able to put up with those things.
I think he works. His best work is what, like you said, he clearly has. I would say, to call it once in a generational is selling it lightly. Like once in several generational kind of mind when it comes to conceptions and like plot and like cleverness within all that. But all of his best work has that emotionality to it. Now, I think in general, I would agree with what you said about being John Malkovich. But then I think about Cameron Diaz's character in that movie.
Yeah.
And how
there's something there with that. Yeah.
Like, well, John Cusack's character in that is an incredibly pathetic character. And
He's
she's
one of the
married
most
to
pathetic
him.
characters of anything I've ever seen.
Yeah. But like he's married to her, and she herself is kind of pathetic. But then she grows addicted to this, well, what if I became someone else too? And like then falls in love with Catherine Keener while she's John Malkovich, okay?
Yeah.
There's an emotionality there
yeah.
that, frankly, I love the movie, but can get buried under everything else
Right.
going on.
Yeah.
That's why I think Eternal Sunshine's his greatest work, because the overwhelming raw emotionality of that movie. And also it's in the hands of another director like a Michel Gondry who has his own imaginative
It's different
spin.
even than Jones, because I feel like Jones and Kaufman just get it. Like,
and even so,
together.
I think like Jones has a natural
yeah.
inclination in most of his work, not all, but most to like, especially his work with him, to be funny.
Yeah.
Let's get a gag out of this.
Right.
I mean, this is a guy who helped co-create Jackass. You know what I mean? This like he's got this. It's about the gag and the humor, and that was also a '90s Gen X thing. Somebody like Michel Gondry was coming at it from a slightly other or dreamlike perspective that I think brings it out. But that's one of the reasons Synecdoche, New York just stands out is because it's just totally Kaufman at that point. There's no other artist to either rein him in or spur him on. It's just him within his own
And then he's
mindscape.
been doing that since then, essentially. And he's gotten too far within that, I think, now.
Yeah. One thing I will say, too, we haven't hardly talked at all about Philip Seymour Hoffman in relation to this movie. I wrote about this a little bit in my Letterboxd review, which I recently wrote for this. One of the gnawing thoughts I had, and people talked a lot about the death of Philip Seymour Hoffman and what that's meant to cinema in the last 8 years.
I remember getting the phone call. You called me, told me that.
Yeah.
I remember. Yeah.
Was, to me, watching this movie, and I saw the movie, I think, in 2013, so he was still alive at that point.
Yeah, when did he die? 2014?
Early 2014.
Yeah.
The overwhelming sadness I had, actually, I didn't really talk about this at all, watching this whole movie going, oh, he's not here anymore. And that this character is allowed to age in a way he never had the ability to. And, seeing this generational talent, something I had said about him, too, in that little Letterboxd review I wrote was like, I can't think of any actor of his generation or many generations, especially of that caliber, not only acting talent, but also even just the career he had and the placement he had in movies that was that vulnerable, that willing to embarrass himself. I mean, I think both of us, when we think about him, we think a lot about his work with Paul Thomas Anderson, because that was one of his chief collaborations in his life, obviously. A movie we're not even a huge fan of, like Boogie Nights, like him in that movie where he tries
That's one of the most
to
selfless
profess his
performances
love.
I've ever seen.
The scene where he tries to profess his love to Mark Wahlberg, and how pathetic he is in that scene. That's like a fearlessness of an actor. I can maybe only think on my hand of a handful of other roles or performances anybody ever gave.
Keitel and Bad Lieutenant.
That just totally
that's another level.
Gives you his like nastiest self.
Yeah.
And even the way he looks in that movie.
Yeah.
And it's just so heartbreaking to think about that. And then again, all his PTA movies, he was, they were obviously very close even from the jump. PTA, according to him, even fell in love with him by seeing him barely in, what's the Pacino, Chris O'Donnell movie?
Sin of a Woman.
Like, he saw him
Yeah.
barely in that and said, "Oh, that guy.
I didn't even know he was in that.
I want that
Yeah.
guy.
Okay.
I'm in love with him." And then he put him in his scene in Sydney.
Yeah.
He put him in that bad, embarrassing kind of role in Boogie Nights, pathetic role. Magnolia, he's one of the emotional centerpieces more so of that movie. He gets to be the villain in Punch Drunk Love. Not quite the co-lead as what a lot of people think, but all right there in The Master, And you
All to myself alone.
And just like I think a lot about his work with PTA, obviously, as I was saying. And so you just see this, like, even though they were very close from the beginning, this subtle leveling up of his placement in these movies, and you wonder what was the next step. And to see him in this, I mean, he's basically playing one character, but he's playing versions of that character within the movie. And I was just filled with a profound sadness actually watching it, thinking about him. Yeah. And how he's not around, and how this character got to age in a way he didn't. And it honestly just filled me with a lot of sadness just thinking about we don't have him around anymore. And every once in a while I'm reminded of that. Because even deep down still, I'm thinking, what there's, looking in a drawer, are there any more Philip Seymour Hoffman performances? And we're all out.
God's Pocket is always.
Yeah. And I was just thinking about him a lot, and that added another dimension to me watching the movie.
I think that is another thing that never could have been anticipated, other than just people die eventually. Yeah. But I think that is something that I hadn't even considered until you talked about, just because I'm taking the movie in.
Well, especially the first time you're watching it, you're just
But with him, that somebody of that caliber to go so early in life, and that movie feels like it's almost a statement on that fact ahead of time, and it's a very
it's eerie.
Yeah, it's pretty strange. That's only 6 years ahead of his death too. That's not that long.
Yeah. I want to just say this out loud, even though it's probably obvious where I'm coming from. I didn't know him as a man, so when I talk about the loss of him, I didn't know him personally. Yeah. I wasn't a friend of his. I wasn't his son. I wasn't his partner in love or what. All we know of who he was what he was in the movies, because we don't even have his theatrical experience ourselves to pull from. And everybody said he was an amazing stage actor. I know, like, a few years before he died, he did a production of Death of a Salesman on Broadway,
which is interesting because that's part of the movie.
Yeah, I was thinking about that too.
Yeah.
Andrew Garfield, I think, was his son in that too on Broadway. Okay. But that got all these great reviews, and that was like, I remember barely when that was going on, everybody talking about, it's like this actor you knew was great on stage, but he finally got the part that everybody that, especially if you're a theater actor, you like loosely graduate to certain parts as you age, and especially British Shakespearean actors like.
Did he ever do True West?
Yes, he did do True West with John C. Reilly.
Right. Yeah.
Which, oh my God, if I could time travel and see anything, it would have been that. And that they switched roles, like, if not every night, sometimes every other night.
That's what I thought it was. But I couldn't remember. If
there's a really great Charlie Rose interview you can find in the early 2000s of both of them talking about it, and the whole specter behind all that is them talking a little bit about working with PTA and how PTA is a huge friend of theirs and influence of theirs. This would have been early 2000s after Magnolia would have come out, but.
Because interestingly, the few movies they were in together with him, they didn't really interact all that much. They probably did the most in Boogie Nights, because in Magnolia they're not at all in the same scenes, and in Sydney they're not at all in the same scene. Right. So Boogie Nights was the only time, but I mean they would have interacted some. I just don't remember it much, but. Yeah, that's interesting.
But he was.
Two of his biggest actors.
He was in True West. Him and John C. Reilly, and oh my God, like I said, if I had to time travel to see anything, it would have been to see that. That would have had to be incredible. But again, I don't have I didn't see him on stage, so all we have of him are the movies he made, and what he made, of course, was one of the most monumental bodies of work any actor will ever give to the screen. And again, I was just filled with this huge sadness watching it. Like, oh wow, we're not going to get anything more from him. But everything he gave was more than enough. And as much humanity as he showed on stage or on screen, I can only imagine the human he was in real life. But rest in peace to him, of course, all these years later. So I know those are older movies we were talking about, but the next one, we talked about this last few weeks or several episodes. As far as trailers and whatnot for it and anticipation for it. Nope. The latest film from Jordan Peele. And I think it goes without saying for both of us, whenever there's a new Jordan Peele movie that's going to come out, that's at the top of the list of things to see, because with Get Out and with Us, both of those were just the biggest breaths of fresh air I can think of in recent modern Hollywood movies in many ways, in terms of the you want to just breathe a sigh of relief knowing he exists and is around, because there are other people like Christopher Nolan and people who have been committed to making original big tent films for a while, but he's kind of one of the newest ones to step up to the fray, especially kind of genre movies that have an intelligence and a world building about them that like just feel so fresh right now.
Yeah.
And, we're both especially big fans of Us.
Yeah.
I'm sure that'll filter into this conversation a little bit. Nope is his latest film, starring Daniel Kaluuya and Keke Palmer. And, I don't know. When I first even saw the poster for Nope, I'm like, oh, new film from Jordan Peele. Of course I'm going to go see it. I'm already in love with it. I don't even know what it is. Nope.
We all literally laughed. I mean, literally everyone laughed like, Nope.
Yeah.
What the hell does that mean?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I even remember seeing the poster, and you see the cloud, and you see the little like kind of carnival ribbons that are coming out of that. And this might sound stupid as hell now I'm thinking about it. I didn't even think at all that it's necessarily an alien movie.
Right.
I don't even know what I thought. I was just like, I don't even know what this is, but like...
It was the same thing with Us. When I saw the poster for that, I was like, I'm not even going to begin to speculate on what the hell this is. I'm just, so yeah.
And it's kind of the cat's out of the bag, I feel like, at this point. It is his version or take on an alien.
Well, the newer trailers directly spoiled that.
Yeah.
I think the marketing wanted to.
But I will say the movie itself doesn't withhold that very long.
No.
So I don't think that really spoils the movie and the depths of what the movie's about. Obviously, again, there's 3 films to work with now. We're talking about Get Out, Us, and now Nope. How, for you, did Nope fit into the equation of who he is as an artist currently and what he means to kind of modern Hollywood?
Well, this is going to sound hyperbolic, probably. I think that this is one of the most important genre movies that has been made in the past 20 years. Wow. It's not even my favorite of his movies.
Yeah.
What this movie is ultimately about, I find so fascinating.
You also wrote a good review for this, obviously. I might put a link to this, too.
I've got too much time on my hands because I'm not working. But the movie's about spectacle, inherently.
It makes that clear from the very beginning.
Yeah. And by
quoting from old Nate Long.
I was like, I remember, it's weird because when you first see, Us, and, you had the whole, there are tunnels under the United States. It's just like, what? And I was literally like, what the hell?
Yeah.
This was a similar sensation, but it was just like, abominable filth. I will make you a spectacle. I was just thinking okay, all right, Thursday night at the movies, let's go. But for that movie to do that and then begin the way it does with what it is, I'm just like, what the hell is going on?
Yeah.
But that the movie ultimately, and David Ehrlich, I mentioned him in my review. I didn't read the entirety of his review, but he wrote a little bit about it and said, comparing about how do we react to the violence of modern, not only the modern age, modern America.
Our
obsession with seeing the spectacle, whatever it is. Strangely, that 9/11 he brought up has become a spectacle now in its own way. We've talked a lot about 9/11 on this podcast.
We had
a
pod about it, yeah.
But that and things like that, and it isn't even so much about mass murder or anything like that. And I felt like one of the big things about the movie was animal rights. Was a big part of the movie, I think, clearly. But even the idea of, and if you haven't seen the movie, I recommend you don't listen to this, because just out of the even just out of the very beginning of the movie, I feel like will be spoiled for you. I think it's better to just walk into that and be like, "What is?"
Yeah, I don't think it's much to say it's about aliens, but outside of that,
it's about all these other things.
I would say go ahead, go see it before you listen to more of this.
The beginning of that movie begins with the concept of literally using animals for a sitcom. The sitcom is literally one of the worst overall artistic products ever created by man.
Gordy's Home's the name of it. Yeah. From the 90s, mid-90s. It would
right. Be. And by the way, in that interview I watched, there was an interview I watched on the Today Show he did, and it was at the Jupiter's Claim set and everything. He was talking to this guy, and he's like, he's like, yeah, he was like, you remember that movie, Kid Sheriff? It was a real thing, yeah. And like kind of joking, but yeah. So Gordy's Home obviously wasn't real, but is essentially, and interestingly, even so, I think that a whole alternate subject to this movie that adds a lot of random import is the fake opening credits that they film for Gordy's Home,
which you can find. Jordan Peele put on both his Instagram and on Twitter. Out so basically, no comment at all, just put out this video that's basically the opening credits.
So go watch that. But essentially, the show is about these like Houston NASA astronauts family, who adopt this
chimpanzee test monkey, basically, and like, he's just like, it's just like some dumb, goofy 90s family sitcom. Oh, we got a monkey who's living with us. Oh, ha ha. Yeah. Hijinks ensue. Gordy's birthday's coming up,
But that the movie quite literally starts with Gordy mauling the cast. I basically figured out over time, I don't think anybody died in the incident, but that's not the point. Well, he died because they killed him, because eventually they had to kill the ape.
That's interesting. He said too, Stephen Yeun plays that kid who was in that, who wasn't harmed, physically, anyways. Grows up and kind of creates this little Jupiter's Ranch. Amusement park, Jupiter's Claim, amusement park that's like this Wild West theme. And it's interesting, too, I was thinking about this, when he tells the story, and it should be said, the story comes to us in waves.
Yeah, it doesn't all come
to us at once. He says one of the chimps they used for Gordy's Home. So it's like there's an acknowledgement that it wasn't even really a character. It was a series of chimp actors, basically, who were brought in to do that,
who they see as machines, ultimately. Because that's what I was going to say about the movie, is that, or this aspect of it, is that, they don't even name it. It's not even Gordy. It's not Gordy. That's not who it is. It's an ape.
Yeah.
And that there's this, I think the most telling quote in that whole movie, line of dialogue, he says, that's why they can't use chimps now.
Yeah.
And that's a very innocuous line, kind of throwaway. But the more I think about that, the more I'm like, yeah, because we would ever do that anyway.
Like, why did we need a Gordy's Home situation?
Ultimately, the whole movie is about many things.
Yeah, because we haven't really said anything much about aliens. We're fixating on this because, frankly, this is one of the chief mysteries of the movie.
Right.
And how it relates to the rest of the movie.
But the movie, I think, and how it ties in, and ultimately that thing of, like, what happens when the spectacle turns around and bites you? And kills you. Another Bible verse that I'm fascinated by, had nothing to do with this movie, but is in Matthew, I believe. There's that part where Jesus is it's something that I've always thought about as one of the weirdest Bible verses. That part where he says, "Do not give." I can't remember. I can't remember exactly, but he says something about, "Do not give to dogs what is sacred, nor throw pearls to the pigs, because they will trample it, turn around, and tear you to pieces."
Mm-hmm. That could have been.
I think so much about verse 2. That verse, just in general, about like thinking about. I think about it in both the spiritual sense and also just the literal sense of what are the things that we take for granted as this spectacle, or the things that we exploit that we think will never harm us or destroy us. You could look at this even in a sense of climate change. I mean, you could go in that direction. But ultimately, I think the movie is as simple as what happens when, quite literally, the spectacle itself subsumes us and kills us. And that can be not, and he talked about this too in that interview, it doesn't have to just be, in a sense of either, let's say, 9/11, a spectacle of all these people dying, or quite literally in this movie, the flying saucer being the monster
That's one
that kills the people.
I was thinking too that like this movie doesn't have a conventional plot twist in the way that Get Out or Us did. Almost the twist of this movie is the revelation about what the flying saucer even is. That it's actually itself a creature instead of a machine.
And that I feel like is the walking or the flying metaphor of the movie, is to say you are obsessed with the what is inside the spectacle itself.
Yeah.
But yet that is the spectacle. Now you realize what it is, and you are dead, basically.
One of the most horrifying images and moments of the whole movie is to see inside what is happening briefly, and you can't even get a great look at it because of the way it's shot intentionally, of the people being eaten or subsumed by the alien. I remember it was very.
The horse is hanging upside down in there.
And another thing is too, catches you off guard is like. The opening credits of the movie, you don't even really know what you're looking at through most of it when it's got the name, but it's actually literally we're being sucked in by the monster, the alien itself. And just when you think about that again, and you're like, oh, I'm literally being sucked in or subsumed by this spectacle, that's, upon a rewatch will clue people into what, even more so, what the movie's communicating to us or what it's about. We kind of didn't really say exactly what the plot of this was at the top. I might just briefly go over this. Basically, it takes place. The trailer will tell you this too. But on this, basically, this Haywood Hollywood horses, this all black horse ranch that David Kaluuya kind of takes over after his father, played by Keith David, briefly is killed by, as it turns out, the after effects of. Something that happened a few months before involving the alien. David Kaluuya, in a little bit of a different part from him and a little more of an interior character, has his resentments with his sister, played by Keke Palmer, who kind of is loosely associated with the ranch, but is trying to do her own things outside of that, is almost like a other member of Hollywood trying to make her own way about it. And they have a very beautiful relationship, I think, in the movie. One of the most interesting aspects of the movie on the character level. There's a lot of unspoken things between them and how that plays out over the course of the narrative. Very different personality types, but very clearly have a love for each other. Meanwhile, this, obviously this Jupiter's Claim is like starting to encroach on their land, and Stephen Yeun's character, who's his former child star, who is running this ranch now and is aware of what's going on with this alien, is trying to take not only the ranch, but also some of the horses they have, and the realization that, wait, is that a UFO? And them trying to then capture that on camera definitively to them. Another thing, too, to think about after the movie's all done is, all of his movies are about race to some extent. I think this is the most muted so far. But it's still about these black characters trying to work within Hollywood, being kept at the margins, are literally themselves trying to become filmmakers in their own way by capturing this UFO sighting. And I feel like that in its own way is a commentary on, in some ways, black art and black filmmakers, the need to go above and beyond. We can't just exist and tell stories about our lives. We have to do the ultimate versions of everything. The inherent pressures that they face with that. And that in its own way is a big racial statement, I think, too, but it's, in many ways, again, even more so subdued or buried compared to Get Out or Us. There's obviously him working with his biggest budget yet as well. I was actually surprised by how smaller the budget was compared to what I thought it might be. It's only like $60-some million. I actually thought it would be even more than that. It's also
shot in IMAX. I know that was the real expensive.
Another thing too is I've been thinking about the literal landscapes of Peele's movies so far. When you think of Get Out, it's mostly an interior movie, mostly set in the suburbs or a very suburban, seemingly comfortable thing, and that's what sucks you into that. I think a lot about with us, it's kind of a set against the backdrop of the coast, the beach, a carnivalist atmosphere. This is a very big departure from those. It's much more in the desert and reveals itself at the end in the climax with David Kaluuya on a horse, and even having Western music almost playing in there, that he's almost kind of playing with that. That gives it a dimension that he hasn't quite tackled yet, and gives, separates it from those other movies.
An interesting thing I wanted to mention, Daniel Kaluuya in oh gosh, what's that movie? I went and saw it. Is that movie that he was in? It was like the Bonnie and Clyde type movie.
Oh, yeah. What was the name of that? I'll look it up real quick.
I feel stupid now because I went and saw that. Anyway, in that movie, there's a scene.
Queen and Slim.
Yeah, Queen and Slim, where there's a scene where he gets on a horse, kind of riding around a little bit. He's talking about that. I don't remember how he says this, that somebody in his family used to talk about how the scariest thing that a white man would ever see is a black man on a horse.
Mm-hmm.
And that as a concept I find interesting in this too, is that and there's the poster in the background of that what's that movie that
Buck and the
Preacher and other just in general black Western archetypes that do exist. There's the whole they're making a movie out of it now. What's that guy who was the black marshal was at the very beginning of Watchmen, a new version of Watchmen. I don't know. Anyway, but
yeah, I know what you're talking about. I think
Peele is consciously, I think, recognizing the lack of black representation in westerns, but that that's something I thought about a little bit with this, of seeing him riding around on a horse, and that just becoming the big part of that.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think, and he said in that interview I watched, it was just the idea of like the Jupiter's Claim stuff mixed with the UFO, just those two things colliding visually. He said that felt very him to come up with something like that. The movie is very funny.
Yeah, I mean, people like to say that, especially with Get Out, I think, at the beginning, and that was coming out of his work in Key and Peele, and so, Get Out has some darkly comic moments, but it is no comedy, I would say, certainly. This is, as you said, his most explicitly funny movie. I think Us is a fairly unfunny movie.
Yeah. Bass Reeves is who I was thinking of.
Okay.
The deputy U.S. Marshal.
So this is his funniest movie yet, as you said. One thing that for me is holding me back a little bit from loving this movie to the extent I almost want to, and I have a good feeling I'm going to see this again and love it even more, but it's just that sometimes the metaphors with this are a little too big, that it just sometimes lacks the intentionality of focus that Get Out and Us had. Mm-hmm. That I do think it holds it back ever so slightly, but this is only because his other two films to me have been so great, they have created the largest expectations and hype. That's I think it's one of those things that years will go by and this movie is going to be allowed to live in its own context, as opposed to being right after Get Out and Us, which happened with most filmmakers who are starting out, that, this is different context. But a movie like Magnolia, when that came out, it was seen as being after the smallness and concentration of, Sydney, and then obviously Boogie Nights was this kind of his big breakthrough. But then Magnolia was seen as like a little bit of a too big for its own good divergence, and then things change after Punch Drunk Love onward. But similarly, I think this movie will one day be allowed to breathe and be its own thing, as opposed to being in this continuum of movie that he's making. Because again, I think the metaphors for this, for me, were a little bit too big sometimes. But the skill and the craftsmanship and his ability to build a world are really what separate him. And I was even just thinking about specific examples of this. This might seem like a small thing, but he is someone who cares very deeply, and this is unfortunately you would think should be commonplace among newer or younger directors. But his craftsmanship of movie of having a beginning, a middle, and an end, and it all feels like it was intended to be this one thing. When you think about the scene where OJ, Otis Haywood Jr., he's called OJ in the movie, Kaluuya's character, goes into the stable and thinks that he's seen them aliens. That's one of the most scary sequences in the movie, and kind of like, oh, is that an alien I'm seeing right there? And it's kind of like when you first see it, you're like, wow. And it turns out it's like these kids who are Stephen Yeun's character's children who are going, and they kind of have this feud going on because they're kind of taking some things from one another. And to like have that sequence, have them appear like that in that sequence, and then later on when you see the actual stage show going on at Jupiter's Claim of where that actually came from. Now that might all seem like, well, that's just screenwriting, and that's just plotting, and that's just making a movie. But it is that craftsmanship and that world building where nothing's thrown away and nothing's tossed away, that everything has a piece. Now, that might seem like, okay, so what? But like in modern movies, that level of craftsmanship and care over the whole product is in sore supply.
Yeah.
And so to see him come along and have that love and have that craftsmanship and have that confidence that I know what all this is and you're going along for the ride and don't you want to come with me, is something that, again, we're in dire need of, and why his work stands out even more than it normally would, I think, for me.
Yeah, I agree with all that. I want to end on one thing here before we move on, one whole thought I had that I think proves the points of the movie right and actually does totally connect the Gordy's Home stuff, because I like the fact that it feels kind of like over here to the rest of the movie, because we don't do that enough in movies either, because it's strange, you said it's true that the movie does all feel very like, and it is, but at the same time it does feel like, wait, what's that thing over that? And that's what everybody comes out of the movie talking about ultimately, because it's like, what was that thing?
That was when we walked out of the movie, we saw it that Thursday night, that was one of the first things I heard another group of people walking by saying, like, what was that about, or whatever, you know what I mean? Like, that's one of the biggest takeaways from the whole thing, is how that fits.
But that excuse me, with that movie and that part of it, first of all, that they do the little fist bump thing, and I didn't think anything of it when I first saw it, like, okay, they're just having a moment, I guess, or whatever. But that when you watch that opening credits thing, that you realize that was their like their version of a catchphrase in the show, was to bump.
Well, too, like when Stephen Yeun is taking them through the whole, or that little mini museum he's got set up early in the movie, on the wall is that moment. Yeah, and he's like, "Oh, first fist bump on TV or whatever."
I didn't think about that the first time I saw it.
And that like throwaway, like whatever.
Yeah,
and then you see in the aftermath of the whole wreckage that happens of them having that moment too.
And so why all that serves his character and the point of the movie is that, and I said this to you after the fact, I haven't seen this movie, but I know about in the Godzilla 1985, which was kind of everybody's like, what are you talking about? the kind of reboot of the Godzilla movies in Japan they did in the 80s. And I don't know if Jordan Peele thought of this at all as an influence. He may have, I don't know. But there's a whole character in that movie who was a Japanese soldier back during World War II. And there's a part in that where he has an encounter with some Godzilla-esque monster that actually saves him from something or helps him from something. And so when Godzilla is attacking Tokyo, he has this whole attitude, I think he's like a businessman or something. He has this whole attitude of, no, we must save Godzilla because he saved me that one time, or whatever. And he goes up to the top of a building and is like standing there in front of Godzilla and is like, oh, we're going to have like a talk with him. And Godzilla just blasts him and kills him. And it's just like, whatever. And I got the same feeling of that moment in the movie when he's looking up at the flying saucer because he's like, oh, I thought we had this deal where you came and did this thing at this time.
Yeah, right.
And he's like, oh, yeah, cool. And then it kills literally everybody there. And I think that all serves as a long-winded way of realizing, like I said,
you
the
can't harness
themes
the
and the points of
spectacle.
the movie is that the spectacle subsumes us.
You can't
ultimately.
harness it, yeah.
And that when we take that for granted, the violence and the hatred of this world, and try to commodify that into a product, that's what happens. Is ultimately, whether it does so literally in the case of Gordy or the alien,
Yeah.
or just simply in the case of our worldview becomes so
Craven
fractured
and opportunistic,
that we are debased by that.
Yeah.
And I feel like that's why it's the most important genre movie that's been made in the last 20 years, is because he's looking at kind of like what Scream did for the slasher movie in a way, is looking at the horror movie in a way, which he loves clearly, and Wes Craven clearly loved horror movies. He made them all the time. But in saying, and not only just horror movies, but media in general, but I feel like horror movies are the particular thing of saying, why is it that we feel this way towards these things? And he said in the interview I watched with him that he was like, no, we're all guilty of that in some way. But just questioning of what is that and why do we do that?
Well, that whole Stephen Yeun monologue he gives before, like the stage show, before he and the whole audience gets subsumed, he says something about the viewer. Doesn't he say that, I think?
I think so.
And some of that started to click when I was watching. I remember thinking, oh, okay. And there's an indictment of us taking place as that's happening. Another thing, too, last thing we might say about this, I was thinking about the Gordy's home thing. Do you think at all, too, there's something there about the younger Stephen Yeun character being this prop, being this Asian, cute Asian kid? We'll put him on this sitcom with this white family, and that there's like a...
Like
there's an inherent implicit joke in that, like, oh, ha, look at this Asian kid, he's in this family. And that the monkey, in his own way, this ape, is himself acknowledging, oh, you're like me, you're a prop on this. And that we're just props within this
movies, and the same thing with Kid Sheriff, same thing with Gordy's Home. That
same
both
thing
of
with
them,
Haywood Ranch,
black
ranchers.
They're taking these things and putting them where they're supposedly not supposed to be.
Yeah.
Now, let me tell you something straight. I sound like Ric Flair. Let me tell you something straight.
His last match is coming up.
July 31st, I'm going to kick someone's ass. But that a monkey and a horse are not supposed to be wrangled like they are in these things.
Yeah.
But also, when you see these people of color or minorities put in these situations, and people, like you said, point and either laugh or say, "Oh, look at that thing."
Yeah, right.
I think it's like you said. I think that's saying something about.
Well, and also too,
that
I don't know
too.
if I really heard anybody say anything about this. You were hinting at it just there about at the very, very beginning of the movie that they're shooting this commercial and they're bringing in Kaluuya and Palmer with their horse, and that there could have been a moment where something happened to the actress they have there for it because they're not respecting the horse's space enough. And I feel like that was almost a foreshadowing of what we're going to see later in the movie or the narrative in terms of animal, as you said, basically using these animals as props and how that can go awry and what happens with that. And it's always the animal's fault.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, the animal acted out, and not any human being or behavior. You know, in a weird way, what happened with the horse was easier to predict than what happens with Gordy. But also, why are we ever putting clothes on a chimpanzee and expecting it to act as though it's having a birthday party in the first place? You know what I mean?
And it's also more like a human being than it is a horse. It can think somewhat and be frustrated more somewhat and say, I don't, it's like a human being does the same thing. It's like, I don't like this thing, I'm going to act out. And the problem is that when, like I said, you wrangle these things that are incredibly violent and dangerous, eventually it's going to turn around and get something. It doesn't really care what it is because it's an animal.
Yeah.
So,
But I think there is a connection there between, because also I was reminded that Jesse Plemons, I think in the earliest versions of this, was actually approached to be the Stephen Yeun character and then couldn't do it because of other commitments or whatever. And so Steven Yeun was cast, who's frankly also, let's just talk about him a little bit, one of the most randomly exciting actors I think that's kind of working today.
Especially to come out of like The Walking Dead.
Yeah. I mean, that was kind of where most people first really got to know him from. We really love the movie Burning. He's kind of the very quiet, silent antagonist of that movie. Very chilling performance. Now
he's pretty much straight up a murderer or serial killer in that, is what's implied.
Yeah.
But
and in this, he's chilling not because he is a direct murderer, but by the fact he's even courting this
he's been killing
alien
all these
force
horses for a while.
Yeah, so he is doing that.
Right,
he is doing that.
Yeah.
Now, what happens that eventually kills him and the other people, I think, went out of hand from what he thought. But again, it's his attempt to harness this thing. But then, again, to reflect more on the movie, and especially as he tells the stories about what happened with Gordy's home, as that he never acts like he's sad about it. He never breaks. But then you see who that kid was in that moment who thinks this ape's going to murder him.
Interestingly,
that very unspoken sadness, grief, depression that he is inflicted with, and his attempt to just paint over all that with a smiling face is not unlike a lot of dark Key and Peele sketches that I can think of I've seen, and so in that way it's an extension.
Also, the fact that when it cuts to him in that moment, it doesn't cut to him when he's telling the story. It cuts to him with the blood on his face after the Gordy's been shot. Well, the ape has been shot and killed too. So that's another thing. Real quickly though, before we do move on, I want to talk a little bit more about the other people in the movie. Brandon Perea is Angel Torres in the movie. I think he's actually my favorite character in the movie. He's like the guy that works at the electronics store. That
basically gets obsessed with. Oh, you guys want me to help watch?
The funniest moment in the movie, I thought, actually, was when they are trying to capture it for the first time, and the bug is on the camera.
Yeah,
and he's like sitting there. That basically the store's closing down that night, and he's sitting there watching it, and like some of his coworkers are still there, and he's like, "Move the thing." And they kind of look, and he's like, kind of moves, and is like, "Oh, I don't want to be watched," or whatever. That was really funny, I thought. And then Michael Wincott, who we love showing up in anything. We've talked about him before on here. We love showing up in anything.
Very delightfully bizarre character in this. He's basically this
looks like Denis Villeneuve in this.
Yeah,
randomly.
He's basically a cinematographer who's like in the movies like legendary and really big deal. Who was working on that commercial, and remember how unenthused in every moment of that he was, like, where he's literally just pointing the camera, and just like whatever. Yeah. And so like Keke Palmer like seeks him out and says, "Hey, I know you want to get the impossible shot." And so he like has these. He's got like film cameras that are electronicless that can just go by basically just hand crank basically. And we don't have a lot of backstory with this guy, but where we find him when he's getting called before he goes, he's like basically editing
his house,
a nature documentary.
I was like on Moviola or whatever
of like all of these awful animal maulings and whatnot, totally emotionless, and just like what is going on with him? Like, it should always say. I guess he's like, not that this matters a whole lot, but really the only like white character in the movie.
Yeah, for the most part.
And
other than Steven Yeun's wife.
I guess we not main characters, I guess, and I feel like that in its own way could be a commentary on things. But
what's interesting, I will say too about that I just kind of realize is there's a lot of things in the movie that bring us back to the Edward Muybridge, man on horse,
black man riding on a horse, basically. Yeah.
An interesting version of that is that they literally have to go use this hand crank film, and it's literally like it's like them filming it going down across the road.
Yeah,
is literally like capturing the spectacle for the first time again. Almost, I think is an interesting that doesn't have any real like social.
Yeah, right.
There is a value, but there's
there,
I think that's an interesting. And then of course, spoiler at the end, he's like, "No, I have to get the impossible shot," and goes up in with another camera, goes up in the thing and gets sucked in it.
Yeah,
We never got that footage back.
Yeah,
but,
I'm sure it's lost.
But he's just like, I'm going to kill myself to get that.
Yeah,
it's
you
like,
can tell he's not a guy who
Yeah.
don't look like he's got a lot to live for.
Yeah,
anyways,
well,
so.
he's like basically the quint of the movie in that sense. So like, I will go inside.
Another
the
one of
thing,
these.
but-
This is a kind of an off-topic thing, but one of the things I thought about too, especially looking at the movie by the end, as far as that historical image of that black man on a horse, and how black people have always been a part of cinema from the very beginning, but they often had these subservient roles, and the filmmakers in the movie themselves, like these unlikely filmmakers, not unlike unlikely Peele becoming a big filmmaker. There's connections there, but it reminded me. I don't know if you've seen that. There's a Key and Peele sketch of basically it's like at the funeral of this like old kind of black actor, and everybody's coming up, and there are all these black people there, and they're like, he was just such a good man, and he meant a lot to the community and whatnot, and we've actually found some of all these old movies he's made.
Yeah.
Would you like to see and
Yeah.
whatnot? And like I think Peele even played the guy in it, and they're the most like, just like coonish, buckish stereotypes of something you'd
It's like
see,
B-roll that was used at the end of Bamboozled.
Yeah,
basically, it's like really
reminiscent of
racist.
Bamboozled, and it's
right.
like everybody's like shocked by it, and they're like, because I think in the sketch it was talking about how he was like this proud black man who looked to change things for the
Right,
community and
yeah,
whatnot,
yeah,
and then
right.
like actually there's all this bad stuff.
That reminds me
in-
almost of like a section of The Sellout or something.
Yeah,
sort of,
yeah,
with
it
the
is.
homage.
But I was just
and
thinking
stuff,
about, in his own way, he's been commenting on black people's place in cinema history, even with that. And this is obviously an even bigger,
yeah.
in its own way, exploration of that. But so I mean, I would give the movie 4 stars out of 5. I think I would rate Get Out and Us a little bit above this. But what the ambition in this, and again, all the things we just talked about that it contains, I think, again, he's only competing with himself. This had like a $40-some million opening weekend, and it was the highest grossing original movie since Us.
Really?
Yeah, that Us was, that we've not had as many big original movies that come out since then, and so he's literally competing with himself at this point in terms of the box office and in terms of critics too. So,
because even Tenet didn't make.
and then,
that much money.
like these other movies, I think there's a lot of symbolism and metaphor in this. It's going to get wrestled over and talked about over a great many years to come. And again, whenever he announces whatever his next movie is, that's my most excited, anticipated movie. Whenever that's going to be, as was this.
Yeah, I think this is beat out as my favorite movie of the year only by The Batman and maybe Memoria.
Yeah,
but it's all like
Memoria
those are
feels
the
like it's
three.
in a whole other class.
Well,
of
that
movie,
was
even
also
though,
technically last year, but
Yeah.
it's really this year because
Yeah.
that's when it was released.
I really love Top Gun Maverick for
That's up there,
all
too.
its. And again, I was thinking about Nope in relation to the other great movies of this year. The Batman was great. We've had a few Batman movies before, so there's a certain novelty of that just lacks.
Yeah.
Top Gun Maverick, I love.
But it's Top Gun sequel.
It's a Top Gun sequel
And the reboot.
It's got some stuff. I think this isn't quite as good as either of those, but it's far more valuable a work of cinema than those movies are. You know what I mean?
Well, and those are
We
ultimately
had a lot of
both-
good things to say about Elvis too. That's of course an adaptation of Elvis himself. So I mean, this is just clear the deck, original. I mean, it does have it's getting comparisons to Jaws, Close Encounters, Spielberg things, also John Carpenter here and there. So I mean, it's got influences certainly, but it still
every
feels,
time that's been brought up in any interview I've seen him in, he's like, I hope that it's Nope by Jordan Peele. He's kind of like getting kind of mad.
And there
you
was
can tell a little
somebody
bit.
else on Twitter who said like, "Oh my God, is Jordan Peele the greatest horror filmmaker ever?" And he even got in the replies. That guy said, "Let's calm down a little bit. I won't have any John Carpenter slander here."
Yeah.
And then he even tweeted like a GIF I'd never seen before of like the Jeremiah Johnson, Robert Redford nodding moment, but his face on it, which is like I've never seen before. And I
Just
was like,
gets
what?
even
Like,
weirder. Yeah, right.
But
it's good.
and I was just thinking,
go see them
I mean,
good movies.
Yeah, I mean, and I want him to make
Yeah.
whatever he wants. It
Yeah.
did dawn on me though too, like as far as the types of horror movies he's been making, we haven't seen him do a ghost story type of deal yet. So it'd be curious to see what his conception of that would be.
Yeah.
All right, so that's all that, and we're going to run through these, I think, fairly quickly.
Yeah.
A few in memoriam, rest in peace things. And you know what dawns on me, too? I was looking at this literally list we've got. We've actually done episodes to various extents on all these people's work.
Yeah.
So in many ways, I would recommend going back and listening to the various episodes of when we talked about these people.
The last person, we call them maybe not in their best light. Let's just say. We'll talk about that when we get there.
But I think the biggest of this list is Bob Rafelson, who, of course, we did the 5 Easy Pieces pod. That was
director of Stay Hungry.
That was fairly early in our pod, actually.
Yeah.
5 Easy Pieces is absolutely still one of my very favorite movies,
Yeah.
and as we talked about in that, Nicholson, he catches him at the perfect point in his career.
Yeah.
Rafelson, again, a key figure in New Hollywood, who we talked about, so I would, again, go listen to that.
And go look into his personal life if y'all are not aware of that.
Yeah, I was going to say an ongoing train wreck, not anymore, but it really was a train wreck.
It's the aftershocks are still with us. Yeah, I was going to say about that too. I mean, there's that whole was it the New Yorker? Who was it that wrote that, or the Atlantic? I think it was the Atlantic that wrote that whole article about him.
Yeah.
And talk about just the crazy stuff that happened to him, that he's been tortured in all these places or whatever.
Yeah.
We talked about that on that pod, but yeah, he was an older film. I really love The King of Marvin Gardens too.
Yes.
We talked about that a little bit, and Head is very not good, but
yeah.
But anyway,
David Warner, who
he's been in everything.
I mean, everybody has probably their thing they think of him from.
And mine is Straw Dogs.
I feel like there was a case for that was true, but him and Titanic, I feel like, is kind of being in a movie that big and a role like that is going to transition most people into thinking about you in that. And I mean, we laughed about him in that movie, and he's just the perfect stooge thug villain in that in many ways. And
Lovejoy.
He doesn't seem like he got love or joy.
Wasn't he
love
also
or joy
in The
his life.
Omen? I think.
I think he was. Yeah,
I mean, he's been in everything. I think he's most remembered by a lot of people as being in Star Trek. Actually.
Yeah, he was in The Omen.
And then he was in Twin Peaks too.
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, he's one of them character actors, kind of like John Vernon. I think of them two kind of in the same way that they all just show up in anything, and you're like, oh yeah, isn't John Vernon still alive?
I think he's dead.
Okay, I would think he would be, but I had the feeling he was alive at some point.
Let's see. Yeah, he died back in 2005.
Oh, okay, never mind. Maybe it was David Warner I was thinking
but,
about.
Well, just go through a few other things, too. You mentioned Straw Dogs. That was obviously an early big part for him. The Omen, that was another big movie.
That Tom Jones movie.
Yeah. Time Bandits, I know as well. He's like kind of the main villain in that. I remember him.
Oh, we're going to bring him up again, I guess, whenever we watch the Concorde Airport 79.
Yeah. He's in a movie called Nightwing. I don't think he's playing Dick Grayson in that.
Right.
My Best Friend is a Vampire. He was in that.
Time After Time, I've heard of that.
Oh, I forgot. He is in Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles too.
Who is he in that?
Sicker of these. He's just like this professor guy.
Oh yeah. I remember him in that. Yeah.
As you said, he played Chancellor Gorkon. I think in various iterations of Star Trek.
Undiscovered
6,
Country.
Undiscovered Country. Just this name, I have no clue what this is. The Unnameable 2, The Statement of Randolph Carter.
What? And look at the poster of that. What even is that? I gotta see that.
Some H.P. Lovecraft.
Yeah. Well, I was gonna say. Then he was also in H.P. Lovecraft's Necronomicon too.
Yeah. Well, it says in.
I bet he was a big Lovecraft
Quest
guy.
of the Delta Knights, he was Beidul,
yeah,
Lord Voltaire, and narrator.
Okay.
So a lot of work in that.
Scream 2, it says he was in. No,
I don't remember him offhand for that. He was the narrator in Pooh's Grand Adventure: The Search for Christopher Robin.
The Last Leprechaun. I thought that said The Last.
All right, so listen to
Temptation.
this. 97, he had Money Talks, Titanic, Scream 2, and Pooh's Grand Adventure: The Search for Christopher Robin. Last Leprechaun.
What was that movie again? I'm sorry, go back up. That movie with that ridiculous title. The Statement of Randolph Carter.
Well, I love too. It's like if I'm seeing a poster of that or a VHS cover, I'm like, "Who the hell is Randolph Carter?" I have
because
no clue
you
who that
look
is.
at that too, and you're like, "Is that him? Who is that?" I don't know. I'm obsessed with this now. I don't
he's even further down from the
Yeah, and
cast.
I don't even want to watch the first Unnameable. I just want to watch that.
He also voiced Ra's al Ghul,
Right.
or Ra's al Ghul, however you want to call it, in Batman Animated Series, who I always remember from that. He's barely in Twin Peaks, though. He's that
he
Thomas
is in
Eckhart guy. What was his deal again? He's
He
season 2,
he
right?
was he was a business partner of Josie Packard's husband that faked his death.
Okay.
And he got screwed over somehow. I think no, never mind. He was basically pretty much straight up pimp in like Shanghai, where Josie was from.
Oh, right. Yeah, he's
originally.
connected to her.
And that's what it was. And that she had screwed him over somehow, because there's that one Chinese man killed moment.
Oh, yeah,
It's one of the worst headlines ever. Literally laughable. You can tell that's season 2 of Twin Peaks. Let's do that.
Yeah.
And that he's coming after her to find her, basically. And I think it was they had faked his death on that speedboat that blew up. Literally, I'm not making this up. My favorite faked death ever, and this happens more than you would think, is a speedboat explosion.
Yeah.
Kind of like the ending of Swordfish. That isn't a speedboat, but it is a boat explosion.
Yeah.
But anyway, and so like they screwed him over, her and her husband, and basically they're coming after him or whatever. But yeah, I think he was literally only in 2 episodes. But we talked about this when we talked about Titanic.
3, I think. Yeah.
Oh, 3, okay.
Yeah.
But we talked about this when we talked about Titanic. There's one of those that has both him and Billy Zane in them, but not in the same scenes.
I also forgot, Susan cast a deadly spell.
Yeah, we watched that here a while back. That's another H.P. Lovecraft thing, basically. More or less.
Also, it looks like he's in an episode of TNG, Next Generation. He's another character from what he was in another Star Trek thing. I don't know if
he was on Dinosaurs.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it says it down below that.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Spirit of the Tree voice.
What?
On the episode If I Were a Tree. You know Jordan Peele would have some takes on dinosaurs.
Oh, my God. Well, that just looks like one of the worst shows ever anyway. Strangely, that's connected to the whole Simpsons legacy, I think, because it was, like, shown in the same... Because it was on Fox, I think, and it was, like, shown...
I thought it was on ABC.
Oh, it was?
I think so. I don't know.
But I think it was shown around the same time, though, so I think it's connected kind of, like, on the same... They would show on the same night or something.
Yeah.
And so, randomly, dinosaurs and the Simpsons are kind of, like,
okay. Well, they were
together.
all at the same time anyways.
Yeah.
I watched a little bit of Lois and Clark: The Adventures of Superman growing up. Said he was Jor-El in an episode.
Okay. Gargoyles.
Yeah, 4 episodes
Iron
of
Man.
that.
Freakazoid. Chimpanzee.
The Lobe.
Speaking of chimpanzees,
Wasn't that the big
Gordy's home.
like a
The
big
Lobe.
brain? I think like a big brain.
Like
villain?
the brain?
Let's see, Pinky and the Brain. Yeah, he was like this like big crazy
Big Blaine.
villain. It was just like a walking brain.
What?
Basically.
I've never seen that
Freakazoid's
before.
primary nemesis. Yeah.
Freakazoid. What a freak. A zoid.
So
Well, by the way, the implication of Freakazoid is he is a freak, but he's also a shape.
He's also a zoid, yeah.
It's like a trapezoid or something.
Right,
He's
yeah.
a freakazoid. Yeah.
But anyway, so David Warner, he's got a billion
Oh, yeah,
credits,
he's in
and
everything.
so rest in peace.
Hey,
to
he
him.
could have played, because we got this book here, he could play Tom Jefferson.
If only he was alive. But he's not anymore. So
Oh, well.
Paul Sorvino, who, again, you know, we last episode, I think it was, we talked about all the recent either Italian-American or gangster film actors who died. James Caan, he's not Italian, but played gangsters. Ray Liotta isn't even either,
Right.
but Paul Sirico, and then him now, and I know
Tony
there's
Sirico.
Tony Sirico, excuse me.
You say Tony Sirico?
Yeah, I was thinking Paul Lee.
Do you mean Tony Sirico, sir?
Somebody put up not to make a lot of his death.
Man,
but,
you know, I could do really good impressions of people, I bet.
yeah, you should do that for like a length on here and see. What happens.
Maybe like a director or something.
Yeah, maybe one day.
I don't
Anyways,
know.
maybe
Anyway.
like a director of the German
Now-
New Wave.
Right. Yeah,
Specifically?
like Herzog, right?
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah, him.
I want to see the baby.
Yeah.
Right, yeah.
But like somebody
yeah.
put up a picture of all them, said, "Man, they gonna eat tonight."
Yeah.
It's just, I know there's like them.
And he's like, I want somebody very good to plant that gun. Randomly, you know, we talked about that when we watched the movie. When we watched The Godfather.
Yeah.
that
we'll get to Paul Sorvino's
remember
death
the
in just
offer?
a moment.
Yeah. Excuse me. That's that they're just eating Chinese food in that scene. This is a random like, oh yeah, let's eat Chinese. Why not? Okay, but anyway,
Paul Sorvino passed away, and I think
friend of the pod because he was on with C Spot Run.
Yeah, I was gonna say so. David Warner, we of course did Titanic, Bob Raffles, and 5 Easy Pieces. We talked about Paul Sorvino with C Spot.
That was a very dark moment for us because we had done we just
did the 9/11 episode.
Yeah, and earlier that summer we had also done Country Bears. So that was, I think, a little bit after we had done the whole Planet of the Apes movies. It took us a while.
Yeah.
So,
but
we were losing our minds.
Yeah. So Paul Sorvino passed away, and I think most people will most remember him from Goodfellas, of course.
Yeah, I think that one of the best scenes in that movie is the scene where he's like cooking in some restaurant kitchen somewhere or whatever. And
I saw a few people tweeted this.
Ray Liotta is like talking to him as I need your help, and that seems like you treat me like an effing jerk, which we say all the time. But I think it's one of the best scenes in the movie, mainly, and like both of them are great, but I think he's particularly really great in that scene. Also, really love that scene at the beginning of the movie where it's talking about the way that things run. It's like when Henry's younger.
Yeah,
it's talking about the way things run and everything, and he's just like sitting there eating.
Yeah,
and people keep coming up and whispering.
People come up to him and
and
whisper
he just
stuff.
eats. And,
Yeah.
I don't think we can go without mentioning my favorite TV edit of all time for Goodfellas, where it's him after the trial is over, at the beginning of the movie. He says, "They broke your cherry."
Yeah.
You know this, but I kid you not. On TV, literally, they said, "No more virgin." Which, like...
Grammatically, it doesn't even make sense.
That's what that literally means. But like,
you could tell somebody who worked for AMC was like, "I'm just going to slip this in and see if anybody even
just
paying
so
attention."
bad.
No more virgin.
Especially for a movie like that, which like Scorsese spent so much time doing the edit of.
Yeah.
No
more virgin.
No more virgin, and it's like a very like over the top Italian stereotype voice too.
Yeah.
It's not even like his voice. It's like, "No more virgin." Hey, like the pizza pie, that kind of crap. Like, it's just. And I think that's where his legacy should live.
He's also in the movie Reds. Should be
it's
said.
Also true. He's really good in that. A little bit he's in. I think he plays like a vaguely Polish character
like
in that.
union organizer.
Yeah,
he's not in much of it. I know he did.
He's not in the you wrong. So,
yeah,
but you right.
He told a story one time I always love him for. He said that like they were standing on set and they were like doing a new setup or something, and
he's also in Bulworth.
Like Beatty had walked. Oh yeah, that's true too. Yeah, because he liked Beatty a lot. I know, and somebody had said something like. They're like looking around the set and they're like, "What even is all this? Like this whole movie?" And it's like my body says, "Well, I don't know. I think we're making a good effing movie, though. That's what I think." And so yeah, I forgot about him in Bulworth too.
Yeah.
But
then there was some whole thing, and this doesn't catch him in his best light either. You look this up on Twitter. There was some guy who was making this documentary. I don't even know how to describe this exactly, but it was making this documentary about him, and he like lived in his house with him for like a year or something, and just talking about how crazy everything was.
Was it like a nature documentary or environmental documentary?
Something like that, and
it's just these weird shots of him
just like
sitting around in like a
and then there was like this
kitchen.
Weird self-portrait that he had made on his wall, and there was like above his piano or something. And there was like a character that was all in black in the background. He said that represented his own mother. And all of it was just the weirdest thing. And I was just like, I want to know what all this is. And I never heard any more about it. But Paul Sorvino, quite the character.
Mm-hmm. Rest in peace to him. All right, so speaking of quite the characters.
2 hours into this podcast, let's finally get
Bad Lieutenant.
Bad Lieutenant.
Every time I say that this
It's a
movie,
movie.
I want to say Port of Call of New Orleans. And
Yes.
I'm like, oh wait, no,
His
that's
soul is still
Speaking
dancing.
of Herzog, like,
Right. I want to see the soul. Yeah. Bad Lieutenant. Mm-hmm. The 1992 American neo-noir crime film disaster film. No.
human disaster.
Directed by Abel Ferrara. Film stars Harvey Keitel as the titular Bad Lieutenant, as
That's
well
his
as
name.
Victor Argo and Paul Calderon. Yeah, his name is the Lieutenant in the movie. The movie doesn't really have any.
You know, I
names.
didn't even think about. We were reading some reviews leading up to this.
Yeah.
I didn't even actually think that the character didn't have a name until I was realizing that reading those. I'm like, oh yeah, I guess he doesn't really have a name.
Yeah.
He's just, I guess, other characters would call him the monster or the man's walking this way. I don't, you know.
Yeah.
So, has it got a little mini description of what this
No,
is about, or
but
we can sum it up real quick?
I can look it up on IMDb. Let's do that because
Just to
I
do it as
could do
concisely,
it,
yeah.
but yeah, they're gonna do it better than I would. So yeah, all right. While investigating a young nun's rape, a corrupt New York City police detective with a serious drug and gambling addiction tries to change his ways and find forgiveness and redemption. I feel like that's as good as it gets as far as that.
So it's basically this movie about Harvey Keitel's character plays the titular Bad Lieutenant, not a good lieutenant, who is in the midst of having some severe gambling debts and just like the train wreck individual he is, decides I'm just going to keep doubling down, get into more and more and more debt. And in the midst of all that, this nun is raped, and he decides to basically involve himself in her vengeance for her honor, and realizes, wait a minute, she's going about things a way that's different than mine. Am I going to be willing to accept that for myself? And again, we can go through the cast before I guess we get to Ferrara. Start with Harvey Keitel as the bad lieutenant.
So, have we talked about him on here before? I mean, I'm sure we have at some
probably
point.
come up in passing, but I don't know if we have really explicitly.
Yeah.
Let
me look through his movies here one time. I forgot about he was in Reflections in a Golden Eye randomly.
Mm-hmm.
Well, he was in Brewster McCloud, but I don't think we talked about him in that. We've talked about some of his movies in the past, but what are your thoughts on Harvey Keitel?
Well, you know, I think he's interesting because I think there was a point in which he could have been a bigger star than he was, and he still had a huge career. So, I mean, you compare him to a lot of other actors. And I think he's even said this, too, that he saw himself as kind of Scorsese's work like golden child, work with him, and you get to a bigger level and be a good friend, blah, 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 blah.
Mm-hmm.
And then Robert De Niro came along. And obviously Mean Streets is one of his earliest movies, and De Niro, you know, he's the lead of that, but then De Niro comes in as Johnny Boy or John, whatever his name is in that movie. Johnny. And he kind of steals the show.
Yeah. And
while he pops up in other Scorsese movies here and there, and even like in Taxi Driver a few years later is the pimp in that, that De Niro and Scorsese became the go-to acting and directing duo, and that Keitel felt, and I think he said this, that he's kind of felt like he was left a little to the sidelines, and that he might even have some slight resentments, and he has a history of kind of getting into altercation, not with Scorsese, but with other directors. Most notably, he was the lead in Apocalypse Now, the Martin Sheen part, but had a lot of problems with Coppola and walked away. And also, he even had the Sidney Pollack.
What a silly little Pollock.
That's his alter ego, the Sidney Pollack role in Eyes Wide Shut.
Polly Pocket.
And I think the story...
Pollock Pocket.
Yeah. That he like kept walking over and opening the door.
Yeah.
And they kept doing take after take after take as Kubrick loves to do. And he said, he looked at him one time and said, "How many times are you going to have me effing walk over there and open this door?" And they he flipped out and laughed. And
well, of course, we've talked about before, too, that there was a whole moment in Paths of Glory where there was a similar thing where they kept doing the same scene over and over. Kubrick did, and the guy flips out and is just like, "Oh my God, you're so unprofessional! I can't blah blah blah." And he's like, "Yeah, but just one more time." Like,
and so, that's all
anyway,
about Kubrick. But Keitel has, he has this explosiveness as a performer that you can easily see translating into his own life. And I think, in 92 in particular was a huge moment for him, because it wasn't just this movie, it was also Reservoir Dogs came out. And while Reservoir Dogs wasn't the hit that Pulp Fiction was, it certainly was a little bit of a comeback vehicle for him in the way that a lot of those 90s Tarantino movies were for various people.
Yeah.
And so while that was officially, the career comeback, this movie came out.
Yeah.
And everybody was like, oh my gosh, this is one of those monumental moments and performances in his life where, and I think this was said, we can talk about this maybe later in the Siskel and Ebert discussion of this movie, which is pretty good, that for all the strengths of this movie, it would not hold together if it didn't have the performance from Keitel in it.
Yeah.
Which, again, I think part of it too, I mean, I can't help but watch it and see this frustrated lieutenant. There's also this frustrated actor who feels as though he's been passed over, that he's been forgotten about, and this is his big vessel or chance to come through with this big breakthrough role yet again.
Right.
That reestablishes him. What's your thoughts on Keitel and in general him in this movie too?
I mean, like you kind of, I mean, he's one of the most fearless actors I've ever seen. I mean, I really love him, particularly in Reservoir Dogs, and that's kind of the first real thing I feel like I ever saw him in, really. And then I, of course, saw him in Mean Streets and Taxi Driver and some of his other Scorsese movies. But he seems like somebody, and originally, he was going to be in Apocalypse Now. And,
that's what I was talking about.
Early, and that he kind of didn't end up being in that. And so he seems like somebody that over time, kind of like George Raft in a way. I think he's kind of his own generation's George Raft, where he kind of like sabotaged his own career in a lot of ways.
And it's weird to say, because I think if you look at the objectively of Keitel's career, you would say it's a very successful one.
Oh, yeah.
Even more so than, say, George Raft was creatively, certainly.
Right.
But there still is this sense of self-sabotage even despite that.
Yeah. Which is so strange for somebody who's such a, really great actor. But yeah, I mean, everything I've ever seen him in, I think he's just great. He's just a little bit of a different kind of inflection. Feels very authentic kind of person. He
feels like a real New York personality who happens to be a world-class actor too. Who's not like, he's certainly making performances happen, but he's really good. He's really adept at making you feel like you're just seeing a version of who he is.
Yeah,
really.
and in going with that, I think this movie is so uncomfortable to watch, and I'll be interested to see how we even do a commentary of this, because there's whole scenes in this. I'm just like, well, what even do I have to say about it? It's just awful.
And you want to laugh sometimes, only if nothing else, due to the uncomfortableness it gives you. Yeah.
So if we're laughing during scenes later, no, that's
we'll make that clear anyway.
But and then there's some stuff that's just funny.
Yeah.
And everybody says it, but this is truly one of the most impressive performances I've ever seen in a movie, because just the will, and like you said, you get that feeling that these are versions of this person ultimately, and that he's willing to associate himself with any of this. I just find very inspirational. I don't know if that's a word to use, but to look at yourself in a certain way and
don't you see too? And I think did we talk about this last time as far as the 1992
maybe.
Best Actor race?
Yeah.
Denzel Washington, Malcolm X, I would say, out of the nominees here, should have won.
Yeah, probably.
Don't you see there's something weird happening, though, that Al Pacino, another New York actor of a certain time and place, winning for this kind of career performance in Scent of a Woman, while Keitel does something like this, a contemporary of Pacino's, and is ignored totally?
Yeah. Well, and part of that might have been because
the NC-17.
The NC-17 rating, and a lot of people didn't see the movie. too.
Part of the inherentness of that also is a movie this consumed with being as filthy as it is would not even, it's not even something the Academy Awards would be even interested in, even
Well, and it's a
acknowledging,
crime
even if it was rated
movie,
R.
too.
I
Yeah.
don't even think it would.
Well, and it being a
Get
crime
noticed,
movie
yeah.
and an Abel Ferrara movie,
Yeah,
they're not
right.
going to pay attention to that.
Yeah.
So I think that's the main thing. But I mean, so many people talked about it at the time.
Oh yeah,
the performance.
It was one of the most talked about movies of the '90s.
Yeah,
Yeah,
just
I mean,
because,
early 90s
right?
especially, yeah.
And yeah, so I mean, he's really great. We'll run through some of these other actors really quickly because the movie's pretty much all just him for the most part.
Being a train wreck.
Yeah, Victor Argo as Bet Cop, and then Paul Calderon as Cop number 1. But Victor Argo, he's been in a bunch of stuff, but he was had a bigger role in King of New York.
Yeah.
And was a little more memorable in that. I don't think he's in this a whole lot.
I remember him a little bit, but
Yeah.
it ain't as much as he is in King of New York. Yeah.
Yeah. Paul Calderon, I've seen him in something. but I'm
See
trying
the
to-
guy who's in Pulp Fiction?
Yes, yeah, that's who it is. Yeah, and then he's in Clockers. He's in The Addiction, another Ferrara movie. King of New York, he was also in. Yeah, One Tough Cop. Oh my God, they're still real heroes. Copland.
Yeah. He's in a lot of New York
Four
movies.
Rooms.
Ugh.
Yeah. 21 Grams. I always heard of that.
Yeah. He plays just kind of this background cop.
Oh
He's
God, he's on Bosch. Uh-oh.
He's a cop in this. He's not in it much, I remember, but
Yeah. Bianca Hunter. I think she's been in certain things. But she's been in various things. She was in Serpico, Trees Lounge, which is a movie I randomly want to see
Yeah.
a lot.
Stupid.
The Fighter, which I haven't seen. She's one of the girls in the car where
that
he...
scene.
Yeah,
Mhm.
yeah. Zoe Lund as Zoe. She was actually the co-writer of the movie.
Played like a prostitute, I think. In the
Yeah,
movie.
and I think she was plays a prostitute, was the co-writer. And I think she was the star of Miss 45, which we haven't seen.
Yeah.
I think.
But so has some experience
Yeah.
working with him.
And then Vincent Laresca as JC. The name sounds familiar, but he was in Romeo plus Juliet, Copland. All these people are in Copland.
Yeah. If you're a New York actor, good chance.
I didn't know there was a movie version of or a movie about Bescott.
Yeah. I've not seen it, but yeah.
Yeah. That's about it. A lot of TV.
Yeah.
Gilbert Taylor. Most of my time in Hollywood is land pirate. Whatever that means. And I think the last person we're going to talk about is Frankie Thorne as the nun. We can kind of talk about this now. What do you think about the nun in this movie and the implications that are made about her character? And what do you think about that just in general, I guess?
Well, again, we talked about this a little bit in the plot description, or summary, that she was raped by some people in this movie, and that obviously she's gone through this trauma, but that she's still trying to look at them with a heart of forgiveness.
Yeah.
And in many ways, I mean, this movie both has a plot and doesn't have a plot at the same time.
Mhm.
It's kind of got a succession of things going on, but that's the closest thing to like a MacGuffin or like a goal, other than him trying to get out of the hole of his own gambling debts. On the whole, I think, she's less of a character than she is this sense of holiness that I guess he, in his own way, is trying to achieve or is trying to be. Because, I mean, the nun in the movie as depicted is clearly filled with sorrow, clearly filled with maybe some sense of regret that she shouldn't feel, because you shouldn't feel regret for rape because it's not you.
Right.
But that women naturally feel in those instances. And so she's less of a character than almost herself, like a Jesus figure in the movie. This almost unattainable ideal of how we should look at people, even those who wrong us, one that he's almost unwilling or unable to accept, but almost with every ounce of opposition in his being, eventually does accept by the very film's final moments.
Yeah.
And so I think she serves less of a character in of herself than as a spiritual being to try to get him to a sense of enlightenment or,
I think it works, but I could see people
absolution.
criticizing the movie as that kind of...
Because she is the kind of, to the biggest extent, the only female character of the movie, and then that's what her role is to prop up a man's enlightenment. You know what I mean?
Right.
So I could see that.
So
as
and just the fact that she would, I just forgive those people for doing this. I think that now us as Christians, I think, and I find this movie to be a very spiritual movie. Randomly.
Weirdly, it is,
because it is ultimately.
It's very actually through it all. It's actually a very moral movie, which is very shocking to say for a movie that's as hard-edged and crazy as this is. But
Roger Ebert argued the same thing kind of about Irreversible, which I think of these movies kind of similarly sometimes.
But highly controversial.
Is that movie, and I don't want to talk forever about Irreversible, but that movie is made moral by the fact that the revenge is the first violence you see in the movie, and that is so terrible that you were like, how could people do this?
Or what would drive people to do that?
And then you see what happened before that, and then you start thinking, as awful as it is to say, you start thinking, well, was that worth doing that because of that? And then that makes it kind of a moral movie. It's kind of the same thing here, like say that him reacting to her, forgiveness. And somebody said this in one of the reviews, I don't remember who, that when he's at the altar and doing all these, and kind of having this whole spiritual moment, that he's literally screaming or growling like an animal.
Yeah.
That feeling is so foreign to him, the feeling of doing a good thing, that he's literally like an animal or something.
Right.
I find it interesting.
Yeah.
So therefore I get that as a concept. I could just see other people maybe.
I mean, I don't feel that way, but I could see others feeling that way, and that frankly wouldn't be a necessarily invalid way to view the movie.
Yeah,
because this is not only a highly masculine movie, but it could be seen at times as a racist movie in terms of. Well, again, I think we might have mentioned this. We've not talked about Taxi Driver in full on this podcast, but we've talked about it here and there in passing.
Well, we did when we talked about Scorsese, and I think we talked actually for a long time, I think, about that, as far as that movie, if it's racist. The same thing kind of about Raging Bull, about both of those movies put you in the psyche of that person. Of
a racist or misogynist or abusive
and the movie
individual.
is not that. Well, I think we talked a pretty long time about that, so refer to our Casino podcast.
Yeah, and so this does a similar thing where it's about one of the most despicable characters ever put on screen that we're forced to ride around with for, I don't remember exactly how long this movie is.
It's like 96 minutes. It's shorter.
About an hour and a half.
It feels excruciating.
Riding around in the back seat of a car with this lunatic cop.
And
like so
all
again, it puts you, like you said, puts you in a state of mind where, you don't necessarily empathize with him, but you're just with him for so long, and you just are like, it's such a disgusting place to be that just watching him be racist or misogynist or abusive, anytime that happens, that inherently puts people looking at the filmmaker to say, are you that way? Because you're making me confront these things. Now, there are times, not necessarily in this movie, I don't think, but other movies where I think you can look at that and say, no, the narrative itself is racist.
Yeah.
I don't necessarily think this narrative is inherently racist or misogynist, but it certainly skates those lines in uncomfortable ways, but I think that's part of the point of the movie.
Yeah, and I think that the movie naturally being about a redemption puts all that into perspective, I think, as far as that this person is this way, that they finally choose, no, I am going to do this thing and redeem themselves, and that kind of forgives a lot of that. But like I said, it doesn't really matter anyway, because that's simply who that person is, and so he's clearly the fool, clearly the freak, clearly the the depraved monster the whole movie.
Because even a movie like Taxi Driver, and it's a different movie and a different narrative, there is a sense of not if Travis has a point exactly, but well, if you're in Travis' position, what would you do? And like, look at the scum of this whole, like, there is a level of empathy or sympathy a movie like that has that I don't even necessarily think this movie has for its main character, you know. And maybe part of it is while we ride around with him and he's almost in every scene of this we're with him, that we're not exactly in his mind space in the way we are with Travis Bickle and Taxi Driver. Because that's a movie told almost from a first-person perspective, and this is told from, you know, like a third-person perspective while we're with this character. We can talk a little bit about Abel Ferrara, who we've not seen all of his stuff necessarily, but we've seen enough to know what his vibe, worldview is. We did see Driller Killer.
That movie.
And then, you know, we're more familiar with this kind of early 90s moment in Ferrara's career with this and King of New York.
Yeah. More his crime films. More recently, it seems like he's made more like straight dramas and...
Yeah, he's kind of made a little bit of a creative comeback where a lot of the more recent movies have gotten better reviews.
Tommaso, he made also Pasolini some years ago. And then... the movie Siberia, which I know didn't get a lot of good reviews, but looked fascinating.
Yeah.
And then
all three of those with Defoe.
Yeah, and then Sport and Life. I know that movie got some good reviews, like a documentary.
Yeah.
And then also I think he recently made that Zeros and Ones with Ethan Hawke, which is more of like a spy terrorist thriller movie or something. And I was like, what? With Ethan Hawke.
What we've seen so far with Ferrara, especially his career up through the 90s, he thrives in the gutter. And I say that more out of praise than anything. But he thrives kind of in these narratives that have these very disgusting, disrespectable characters.
He's like the PE coach in Seinfeld, the library episode where he's like, can't stand you. Like that guy.
He's like that guy, but a filmmaker, you know.
Yeah, right. Well, don't forget, I forgot about this. He's like the robber in Daddy Long Legs.
Oh.
You remember that? I tried looking that up on YouTube and wasn't finding it.
I saw you were Googling that, or looking at that earlier.
Yeah, but,
what's your general impressions of what you've seen of Ferrara's work?
Well, clearly he's influenced by Scorsese. I mean, everybody talks about that.
Being a New York filmmaker of a certain generation, it would have been impossible.
Yeah, and he's also Catholic, and that's a big part of his movies too, like they are for Scorsese. I find though that Scorsese's early work, like Who's That Knocking at My Door, is the very clear version of that.
Yeah.
As far as the Catholicism of him, and then of course he made Last Temptation and Silence.
Yeah.
But I feel like as far as his crime movies go, Mean Streets kind of had that also. He kind of transitioned away from that. It's interesting though that it seems like for Ferrara, that with this movie, that's the most overt version of that there's been, and I respect that about it. That it's, and notably, this is one of Scorsese's favorite movies of the decade.
I remember after I'd seen this, I was very curious. Like, okay, so he made this New York 90s era crime film with Harvey Keitel. What would Scorsese think? Because he's obviously been in similar territory, and he loved it.
Yeah,
and he praised it a lot. And yeah, as you said, he with that telecast he did with Ebert, named it as one of his very favorite and best films of the decade. So
yeah,
I was like, okay, so he liked it.
But other than that, I mean, I haven't seen enough of Ferrara to have a genuine, definitive opinion. But I really do, quite love King of New York and this. I think are really good.
King of New York, it should be said, I think is a more traditional crime genre movie. A very watchable one I love a lot. But, and very cutthroat as far as what it does with its characters and the in-your-faceness of it. Lawrence Fishburne in that especially is just on another level. I think he's great. But what, I think that movie has a very traditional plot to it.
Yeah.
That is more in line with, and this is similar with I think if you take like King of New York and New Jack City, which is of course Mario Van Peebles did that, both of a very certain particular era. They literally, in a good way, I say this as of someone who loves this, they feel like you take a 30s Warner Brothers gangster movie and you give it a new coat of paint in the early 90s and you get that.
Right.
You know what I mean? And they feel like, in a good way, and for me, because I love this, so this is not a derogative thing for me, a very cut and paste, let's modernize what this whole genre of gangster movie is.
Yeah.
This feels like something, though, that you could not have made. You just would not have outright made something like this in the 30s. And this is something that could have only existed kind of in the 90s.
Yeah.
Not only even in the extremity of everything, but even in the interest of the complexity of a character like Keitel plays. And I say this is a huge fan.
He's a walking cartel because he carries so many drugs on him.
Yeah. I mean, I say this is one of the a huge fan of classic Hollywood, was not necessarily interested in characters like that or with that level of depravity about themselves. So in that way, this really, and I think I love the 1-2 punch of King of New York and this. And I think King of New York is infinitely more watchable in some ways than this is. Only if nothing else because this movie goes to lengths that even that movie feels constrained by. Yeah. And again, it gives us this showcase for Keitel to do his thing with that.
You mentioned about the 90s and kind of that period of time. I wanted to talk about kind of two things at once. First of all, the explosion of the gritty crime film at this time, which I think was partly influenced by the 90s independent boom with Ferrara in his own way come out of the 80s but had been independent kind of for a long time. Tarantino being kind of the biggest of those also. Tony Scott also in a way. But also all the controversial movies made in the 90s when you think about it. I'll list a few here. Reservoir Dogs, obviously, and Pulp Fiction. Both were very controversial for different reasons. This movie. Natural Born Killers. So all these, Tarantino-esque things. Menace to Society. It's kind of another one. That was for the violence.
We talked about that a little bit last podcast.
And Basic Instinct was a little different because it's
kind of about the erotic thriller.
Right.
Yeah.
Kids.
I've not seen that movie, but I know about it. It was a controversial
and then Fight Club.
Yeah.
So what do you think it is about the 90s? And I have thoughts on this that I've talked about before, but that so many controversial movies were made. And this isn't even talking about like JFK or
Malcolm X's political films.
Malcolm X, Now, Malcolm X, I was thinking about that today, is controversial
by virtue of being made about Malcolm X.
Yeah, it's like of just saying the truth.
Right,
But what do you think about? I know that's a lot of random questions, but both.
Well,
why was it the 90s saw all this? You think?
Well, you listed a lot of those movies. Something like Natural Born Killers, even indirectly, was a Tarantino.
Yeah,
started from him, even though Oliver Stone took it and made it his own thing. And so there are subsections within that of different movies and different things. I think when you think about the Tarantino movies, which I think that is obviously, one of the most iconic things to come out of the 90s is the emergence of Quentin Tarantino and Pulp Fiction and Reservoir Dogs and even Jackie Brown to an extent. But I think there's the metatextuality of, we know these are violent, but ain't that why we love them? I mean, one of the most famous moments of Tarantino's life and career is in the 2000s when he had the Kill Bill movies coming out, and he says, well, because it's so much fun, Jan, get it? Like, don't you get why we like watching these things? Because we like watching violence. Not that different from what we've been saying with Nope.
Yeah.
But it has this kind of lurid, gritty, self-consciously paperback quality to these things. Pulp Fiction. Like, I mean, it's like, let us revel in the violence of this, and that, and not only the violence, but the cleverness within it. Like, we're going to show you a scene in a movie where a man's ear is being cut off, but you don't even see it. But everybody has their ideas. Oh, I remember seeing that. But it's like, well, it's not in the movie.
It's like same thing with Texas Chainsaw Massacre we talked about, is how little violence is actually in that movie.
But we remember all the blood that's on the floor in the back of cars or whatever.
Yeah.
And I think with the Tarantino-ness of that, I think it was the self-conscious, metatextual, look how clever I am. And again, I say this to somebody who loves some of these movies. And I think there was just this, too, and specifically with him, and I think home video randomly plays a role in some of these things, too.
That's what I was going to say, is that VHS
as a market was more sustainable by the 90s. And somebody like him, literally, part of his big origin story is that he came out of video archives as this, like, randomly hip VHS recommender, and he'd recommend these things to people. And so I think it's this self-consciousness of, look at all these movies I've seen, and look at how I know how to construct violence. Some of those movies you name, though, too, and this is another thing, but it's akin to it, it's off to the side, is the rip from the headlines, rip from the pages nature of some of these movies.
Mm-hmm.
Whether it be Natural Born Killers has that quality to it. Also, Menace to Society, I think, has this, like, this is what reality... What's the tagline for that again?
This is what's real.
This is what's real.
Yeah.
It's the Hughes brothers themselves in that Criterion Blu-ray special feature were saying, well, that's that kind of presumptuous of you to say, because you don't even really know what that is. But I think, I don't know, it's just...
Yeah, this is the truth. This is what's real. Yeah.
And that's just kind of that'd be stupid tagline for anything. But I think it's just, VHS combined with cable news, combined with Rodney King, combined with O.J. Simpson, combined with all the stuff in the 90s that is swirling around. As a DeLillo fan, I can't help but think of the Texas Highway Killer, who we've talked about before in Underworld. The obsession of catching violence on videotape and the replayability of violence. In many ways, feel like the ultimate, we're talking about this, you're going to go down the road of talking about what the, quote, zeitgeist is. It's kind of can be a tricky thing. But there was just something about the 90s, a time that we've talked about this before, is seen as a time of normalcy.
Mm-hmm.
When in actuality, as we peel beneath the layers, was actually a very incredibly violent decade, as is every decade. But there's something about VHS and the replayability of these things that I think a movie like this fits into to be like a weird... again, it's not meta in a way like Jordan Peele or Quentin Tarantino, but it is confronting why we watch movies like this, the tolls narratives like this play, and is there any sort of absolution we can get from our own obsession with violent media, and why are we obsessed with violent media? And again, this is far less meta than these other things are, but I do think it at least sits alongside it as its own meditation on that. But what do you think?
Well, and I think that's all true. I think too that, I think just by nature of VHS being so accessible now that you can put more things on VHS than you could show because it's at home.
Let me just say too. Let me throw in here too.
Yeah.
The Scream movies that came out in the 90s. That's very clearly in the horror genre. But the killers in that obsessed with horror cinema,
right,
and themselves predictive of the Columbine shootings that are going to happen in 2 years, unfortunately or sadly.
Right.
So 3 years.
Yeah, I think it's a nature of that. As far as home video being able to show more of these things, and just the nature of the crime movie had kind of seen this more neo-noir stuff in the 80s primarily.
Mm-hmm.
And I think, honestly, that Scarface influence kind of trickled down through the 80s and into the 90s. Too,
just for his depictions of violence in various movies, but that one especially.
Something I want to mention, though, that I think's interesting to kind of... and people talk about this before. Both these movies, though, came out the same year. You had Basic Instinct and this. Basic Instinct, of course, was famous for Sharon Stone's vagina being basically shown.
Yeah.
This movie is famous for... Harvey Keitel showing
full
his
frontal nudity
of his penis, and so that gets the NC-17,
and a woman's
is not.
Yeah, and that mostly speaks to how it's frankly weirder to see male nudity in films than female nudity in many ways, because women have been exploited for so many years and
so
normalized.
I find that to be an interesting, and people talked about that. Now, people talked about Basic Instinct in that way. Don't get me wrong. They talked about that movie quite a bit.
I never thought about those being the same year,
but
that is a distinction.
I think that just shows the hypocrisy of the 90s and everything in general, that we're still trying to hold on to the Reagan America, still trying to hold on to this veneer of family values or whatever.
Well, even Bill Clinton's embodiment of that too. I mean,
right?
Yeah,
and I just think that's an interesting distinction of those two movies coming out the same year, and that those being controversial, but because I know that was a big thing on home video, that people would like pause that moment in Basic Instinct or whatever. But interestingly, why, and I'm saying this even to myself, and clearly, I guess as a heterosexual male, it would make sense that a lot of people are titillated by the Basic Instinct thing. Why are we not so much by The Bad Lieutenant?
Well,
and it's because the movie is so extreme, ultimately, and the whole scene is not treated as
titillating,
what? It's like, this man is a train wreck.
Yeah.
Here he is, in his full nature,
right.
And I know that's why, but I just find that
I think, you put them side by side, and Sharon Stone in Basic Instinct is this like femme fatale character who's like sultry and smooth, and like it's so quick and
clever,
brief,
and
then again, as you said, with Keitel in this, he's just like this demonstrably awful, evil human being. But there is something, as you're pointing out, there's a hypocrisy going on there that I've never thought about, and that they both come out the same year. That is very telling and very distinct. This gets an NC-17, but this gets an R.
Right.
There are other things in this movie too that would, at the very least, warrant a hard R, anyways.
Yeah.
But I guess that was the thing that was too much for some people. But any other thoughts on your part with the 90s?
No, not really. I mean, I think you hit it all as far as just independent film boom really, really happened around that time.
And again, the independent films finally had a medium through which they could be seen outside of just being seen in theaters by the 90s, because you could get it on tape. And so very few people probably saw this in the theater.
Right.
It was most likely seen by most people on videotape, some video store.
Right. But one kind of final thing I was going to mention, I thought about, is the cop. I wrote down cops as robbers. This concept of the police officer, clearly in this, as an evil entity.
Year before, we had the T-1000 in Terminator 2, yeah.
Part of this, I think, is wrapped up in that concept of everything that happened after Rodney King.
Or kind of simultaneous to it.
Right,
yeah.
and because that was, 91?
I think 91, yeah.
But this coming out right after that, because that was also in
March 91.
Yeah, because that was also, in Malcolm X, notably. But with the Rodney King stuff, but also just in general, I think, and that, like I said, I wrote down, that was a new concept up until this point of the cop as a possibly evil entity, clearly. Yeah. But I feel like it was exploited here very well, because you're looking at it as the concept of this almost religious, sanctified person is so debased. And it's like, what are they even doing? Do you have any thoughts on that, I guess, as far as this version of that?
Well, to not exactly answer your question, but as is a thought I had that's akin to that, and I think in its own way maybe does, spoil the movie, and we'll talk about this more when the movie's over. At the very end of the movie, he basically does absolve the men who raped the nun and basically kind of lets them go. And then very soon after, unceremoniously is killed.
Yeah.
And very almost offhand way. It's like the movie itself's kind of bored, and it's like, let's just end this and kill him and be done. And
then the final shot goes on for a while, too.
And there's like kind of pedestrians kind of walking by, and some are like stopping and looking at it. It feels very realistic the way it's shot. And makes me wonder, like, what was it all worth it for him? Like, what, like, was the journey that he goes through this movie, and the fact that he, forgives them at the end, does that, quote, absolve him in our eyes as viewers for all the things he did? I don't necessarily think the answer to that is yes, but the fact that, Ferrara, deep down, this movie wouldn't be nearly half as good as it is, and it still really would be good, if it wouldn't have had that character transformation at the end, I don't think.
Yeah.
And the fact that Ferrara felt the need to include that in the movie and conclude the movie on that note makes me think he can't help but be at least the slightest bit optimistic that things can change, if not on some big institutional level, because I don't think this is about institutional problems with police necessarily.
No, that's not at all
But it is about just interpersonal, can a man change? Maybe not necessarily a system, but a man change. I think, it's weird he gets killed at the very end, but it almost, that doesn't matter in a weird way, because it's like, well, he changed as a person, and again, the whole movie, he's like fighting, I can't do this, and as you said, he's praying earlier in the movie, and he's like yelling at God and yelling at Jesus himself in this, and then still decides to do that. Again, I hate to say this is an optimistic ending or note it ends on, but there is something in that he's decided to say, yeah, you know what, this guy, if he couldn't forgive at least for himself, he at least forgave for this nun, because he at least, if ain't nothing else, saw some sort of grace in her that he himself didn't possess, and his own trying to channel that through himself. So, and again, what's funny is if you even compare the Keitel character in this to the other cop characters, they're not necessarily shining examples of humanity, but there's them and then there's him, and they look at him as kind of, okay, whatever he's about.
Yeah.
But again, I do think it's interesting that this makes a point to end on a semi-graceful note. But even with the grace, there's always the bat to the head, which is what Abel Ferrara is always going to go for anyways. But and again, like with King of New York, which is, it doesn't end things on a really optimistic note, this does, it still ends with Ferrara choosing to, as the film's director, acting as his own god, to say, I'm going to, I'm going to, tip the balances to be as, just as I can, basically, if that makes any sense.
Yeah.
You have any thoughts on that as far as your own question? I don't remember exactly what you said about how this film depicts the cop as a robber.
Yeah, because I agree. I think that it's not about these bigger concepts that we would be very, that are very ripe today. I think it's, like you said, more about... Well, also another aspect of the movie I find slightly comedic is, like, he's a lieutenant, right?
Yeah.
It doesn't seem like he answers to anyone, and no one's coming in checking on him.
So he's just roaming around.
Yeah, and it's just like, what kind of...
Like he's a cowboy or
right,
something.
it's like, what kind of broken system and city is this where this can happen?
Yeah.
Like, and that's its own question, I guess, but... And there's that basic idea about corrupt authority, and because there's a scene where there's them guys that tried to rob and shoplift.
Yeah, we had that clip last week.
Yeah, we talked about it, and he's like, "No, here, I'll just give me that money, and I'll let you go, or whatever."
Yeah,
and all that's very obvious, like I said. But the thing I think about most, I think, is just what the policeman represented to so many people at that moment, as it kind of does today. And that redemption for that, I feel like, is an interesting one, because he sees it, as like a policeman's just supposed to see in this sense of justice, and he sees this whole sense of justice about the nun's situation. I said the kind of Christian sense of justice is like a whole other different foreign concept to that.
Yeah,
a lot of people would chafe at that.
Mm-hmm.
But of that, well, he of course sees it as, I'm going to kill these people, or whatever. but she's like, no, not even arrest him, just let him go. And so I feel like that's an interesting commentary on the policeman that just still even now, I think, too.
Yeah.
I guess the last question is, why the hell this movie?
Well, I think we had talked about either this or King of New York.
Yeah.
I think King of New York is, again, it's a more entertaining movie. It also demands less of us and of you to watch, and I say that as somebody who loves it too. I think in some ways it's just a tribute to Keitel's performance and things to talk about with that. Also, the Catholicism of this movie, as you've hinted at earlier. There's not a lot of religious aspects to King of New York necessarily.
No.
And again, King of New York follows a lot of more traditional crime movie tropes. And this, in some ways, is a subversion of some of those tropes, which I appreciate. And again, just as we're looking at the continuum of movies, this takes us through up to the 90s. And so I think what little bit I've seen of Ferrara's work, I'd say this is his strongest. And again, as strong as his own work is, whether it's directing or co-writing, it all hangs on that Keitel performance, as Ebert had said. And the movie would be good without him if you had another actor, you can imagine, but not nearly. He takes it to this other level that I just really admire and respect.
Yeah.
And again, his fearlessness of an actor to go to this place, to be in a movie that might get an NC-17 or might not, might or might not be up for Academy Award. There's a great clip of, I might put it at the very, very end of this pod, of I saw a while back of him on Charlie Rose, of him being Keitel, that is, being actually a lot more articulate of a man than I ever had seen or heard him to be. Not that I necessarily assumed he wasn't, but
yeah.
You can tell there are some real choices he makes in this that, again, I just think take this to another level.
Yeah.
So you're going to hear the trailer for Bad Lieutenant, and then we're going to dive right into the movie.
Forever, my darling, my love will be true, always and forever.
J. Scott of the Toronto Globe and Mail claims, every so often, the limits of screen acting are redefined and expanded. Harvey Keitel has given the kind of performance a generation is defined by.
Your love in return.
How you doing? I got 2 young girls. Shot in the head twice each. I don't know if they're still wearing the rounds in the head or what.
Bruce Williamson of Playboy calls it a dark morality play with shock value to spare. Bad Lieutenant spells out themes of hypocrisy and sexual obsession with the intensity of a nightmare.
Just put $120,000 on tomorrow's game. This guy will come by your house and blow your house up with your wife and kids and everybody in it. You know that, right? No one can kill me. I'm blessed.
Jamie Bernard of the New York Post exults. Skillful and unforgettable, Keitel does some amazing work.
There's nothing to think about. Either you put in my bet or you get nothing.
Roger Ebert of At the Movies says, Bad Lieutenant is my own choice as the best discovery of the Cannes Film Festival.
Come on, give us a break.
You do something for me and I'll do something for you. What do you say about that?
Peter Travers of Rolling Stone magazine acclaims, Harvey Keitel whacks you like the business end of a Louisville slugger. It's a powerhouse performance in a film of jabbing intensity and wit. Bad Lieutenant.
What else you say, Mr. Badass Phil?
And here we are. We're back. That trailer, I think, especially visually, works because it's got all that stuff kind of at the beginning where it quotes Paradise Lost, I think it was. John Milton, of course. But I just imagine Ferrara just sitting in a coffee shop smoking like a dozen cigarettes, like reading his morning Milton,
Yeah. I want to talk briefly before we actually watch the movie about the rating. This is rated NC-17. We talked about a little earlier for sexual violence, strong sexual situations, and dialogue, graphic drug use.
Nothing about violence, really?
I feel like there could have been more for that. I think that was the main thing. Like, there were so many things in the movie. Mm-hmm. They were just like, this is the reason why it got the 17, I guess, is why they felt that. I want to talk briefly about that as a rating and list some movies that I found here that are listed. Of course, upcoming movie Blonde, the Andrew Dominic movie about Marilyn Monroe with Ana de Armas, Garrett Dillahunt, Bobby Cannavale, Adrian Brody is going to be NC-17.
We'll be talking about that, I'm certain.
Yeah, it's going to be on Netflix. It'll be like 166 minutes. I'm interested by the idea of a Netflix movie being NC-17 because accessing that will be much easier for younger people. That'll probably be one of the easiest NC-17 movies there is to see, I would think.
Mm-hmm. They'll probably have disclaimers and things you got to hit multiple times before you can even watch it. We'll see. But.
Showgirls is another one which I haven't seen. Blue's the Warmest Color. That, of course, is a foreign film. So, Crash is another one.
David Cronenberg.
David Cronenberg. Last Tango in Paris. That would make sense. Basically, there's a lot of John Waters movies here. Pink Flamingos. Bad Lieutenant's one listed.
And we were hitting at this earlier when we were talking about this movie getting the NC-17 rating and Basic Instinct getting an R. That on the whole, NC-17s are reserved for sexual content and sexual situations. That almost never violence is what gets something in NC-17, which, you know, a lot's been written about and said over the years, and I would mostly agree that there's an inherent hypocrisy in that.
Well,
that we're more averse to sex than violence in movies.
Yeah, and I think it's interesting, too,
when sex is by far more common in society in some ways than violence even is.
And more affectionate in many ways. Because violence is a little affection to violence. But it's interesting that X, got such a bad stigma for a long time. And that, though, was honestly, violence was more taken into account, I think, with that. Or it used to be. But interestingly, you had, it wasn't uncommon for movies that were rated X to be talked about. I mean, obviously, Midnight Cowboy is the only movie to ever get an X rating that won Best Picture. Also, as far as NC-17 now, it's not something you hear a whole lot about. There were some movies that I saw listed on that list that I think weren't NC-17, but they got pretty close. Casino was one of them, randomly.
That movie doesn't have a lot of sex.
That would have been for violence. And another one I saw was Natural Born Killers. And I think another distinction to make is that obviously now with home video, you have the advent of the unrated movie, which is basically that,
oftentimes maybe it wasn't even submitted to the MPAA.
Right, and stuff that they just put out on home video, which is obviously way easier to get now. And there's a lot of movies I've seen that versions of that. I've seen the unrated cut of Natural Born Killers or Rob Zombie movies. That's coming up.
Right. I don't know if there's going to be an unrated Monsters cut. I got to say I doubt it.
I feel like you know what, in this movie somewhere we need to talk about the Monsters.
We'll find an opportunity
because I think that we'll have the time because we'll be like, wow, I don't want to deal with what's going on, so I'll talk about the Monsters. Another abomination. But anyway, I just think it's interesting. This is our first and probably, I wouldn't say it's going to be our only NC-17 movie we're ever going to do.
It takes a lot to get an NC-17 movie.
It's very uncommon, so I think that's why it's important to talk about. I mean, I've never seen an NC-17 movie in a theater because it's so uncommon to happen. But I remember when I first saw that, they used to have these posters at the movies. You remember where I had a list of all the ratings, and it would have these little cartoon people sitting in front of it. And I remember the G was like kids and a giraffe. And then NC-17 was basically like 2 adults. And that was it. And then R was like 2 adults, a teenager, or something like that. But I remember seeing that and being like, God, what do you have to do to get to that? And like I said, I just do find it interesting that Blonde is going to be a version of that because I haven't heard about one in a while
Right. And as you said, the access, the ease of access that movie's going to have is, again, as you said, probably one of the most easily accessible NC-17 movie ever in that way.
Yeah. So,
and we'll talk about this more when we get to talking about Blonde down the line. But Andrew Dominik has essentially said, F it. If people don't want to watch it, they don't got to watch it. Basically, it's just and I'm just surprised that he's even been able to get this to the finish line. I wonder how much that has to do with David Fincher and Brad Pitt's pool of being friends of his, and Fincher, of course, having made things with like Mindhunter for
Mank too,
and Mank as well for Netflix.
Well, and another thing too, I guess it's interesting. It's like 166 minutes too. It's like a big old movie.
Yep.
So, will Bobby Cannavale be naked? Is what I want to know. Naked.
Yeah. He's playing
Joe DiMaggio.
Yeah.
I'm sure it won't be him. That would be, but you remember in one of the great all-time listen, like, since you're watching this, like, don't be offended by this next thing I say because it's funny. But if you're gonna watch this movie,
we're all friends here.
Yeah. But that's one of my favorite moments in broadcasting ever. And by the way, we are gonna watch the movie.
Yeah.
But we're just kind of putting it off.
Yeah.
But in Vinyl, there's my favorite piece of dialogue ever written. He's getting mad at somebody and he's like, Bobby Cannavale's like, oh, you're gonna bust my scrot over this, like, and just nobody has ever said anything like that. I was like, wow, not really a good show either.
No.
But yeah.
Oh well. But
Some
Terrence
scrot
Winter
is gonna be busting.
Terrence Winter coming back with Tulsa King coming.
Yeah, when's that? Is that
in October? I think.
Yeah, we'll be talking about that, I'm sure.
Yeah.
So.
All right, so we're watching the Blu-ray of this film. We're hitting play in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
I'm assuming there is no director's cut of this movie. I would think he done everything he wanted to get done.
Probably. I've forgotten to really say much about The Funeral. I was just thinking about. I've seen that. That's a movie he made a little bit later in the 90s. Abel Ferrara. That's one of the most intentionally unpleasant movies I've also ever seen. And kind of has a very, very downbeat, dour ending, especially. But what do you expect from him? But it does have a pretty good Chris Penn performance in it. One scene in particular, where he was here and there,
and freaking out,
by a
at
casket.
Vincent Gallows. I meant to mention, of course, The Brown Bunny is another big NC-17 movie, clearly because of the fellatio in the movie.
Mm-hmm.
He's another one. I think that some of his movies have gotten NC-17. So I figure Buffalo 66 probably didn't, but
question. Very interesting to have the white background for the opening of this.
What are you saying? I'm sorry.
I'm saying it's interesting to have the white background against the black lettering for this. It's just like a reversal of sorts already. And, this is similar. This movie, how it uses this World Series is reminiscent to a movie we're going to be doing a few movies from now later that you recently read in the original novel of. It's an adaptation of that. And we'll talk about that in another episode. But how that uses this kind of running background dialogue of the current events of that day.
Yeah, go see if you follow me on Instagram, go look and see if you can figure out what it's going to be.
Yeah. And we mentioned Andrew Dominik, so we'll be talking about him more then. Him saying that to anybody. What's the problem with you guys?
Yeah.
How about the fact that you're our father? How about that?
He looks halfway presentable.
Yeah.
I think at this point, it's kind of like, oh, everything looks all right to me.
Yeah. What could go wrong? He's already on this about this kid's going to the bathroom.
I feel like a movie. I meant to say this yesterday.
Yeah.
A movie that is a kind of descendant of this in a lot of ways is Uncut Gems.
Yeah.
In the sense of gambling.
Yes.
But interestingly, that movie has no redemption whatsoever. It tries to say that it does because it's like, oh, he was right, but it's like, but what does that matter? It doesn't mean anything, like, because he's dead. Like, you know, spoiler if you haven't seen that.
Yeah.
But I feel like I was thinking about that.
Well,
that's more intense as far as pace.
Mm-hmm.
It's clearly not as bad as this as far as all the
Obscene,
stuff. But
yeah.
I think it has more of a F word count than this does randomly, because I looked into that here a while back. That's like randomly one of the highest.
Yeah,
ever.
I can see that.
Well, you take your kids to school and doing cocaine
Mm-hmm.
right after. Like, wow.
All right, now that's settled. Also, as you were saying earlier, that Abel Ferrara is in Daddy Long Legs,
Right.
so clearly they
Yeah.
know him. And
Yeah.
are
Well, and
influenced
just being
by
New
him.
York
New York
filmmakers,
New York
yeah.
filmmakers, yeah.
And I feel like that movie also takes a lot from the Goodfellas climax too.
Yeah.
You know, but
yeah. But it's interesting too to think about Get Out, or not Get Out. Good Time.
Yeah.
Does actually have a little bit of a redemptive.
Yeah.
Arc to that main character in his own way.
Mm-hmm.
Less explicit than this.
We didn't mention this because we forgot. Bo Dietl shows up.
Friend of the pod.
What do you have to say about Bo? In particular?
So, like, Bo Dietl, I think most people probably know him as the guy who was in some Arby's commercials a few years ago.
Right. Yeah.
He's also a talking head on a lot of right-wing...
like Fox News and...
cable and radio. Right. He was like a cop of some note in the 80s.
I think he was an undercover cop who like busted a lot of these like drug cartels and mob gangs or something.
So he became kind of a pseudo-celebrity. There was the movie One Tough Cop that was made about him. And I think...
we brought it up
Baldwin
earlier in this podcast.
Steve Baldwin, or one of the Baldwin brothers.
Billy,
maybe, yeah. He's
Steven
in Goodfellas very famously as the guy who arrests Henry Hill.
Then Wolf of Wall Street.
Yeah, he's in Wolf of Wall Street, loosely playing himself, actually, kind of. But yeah. He's got a small role in like Boardwalk Empire. He was in Vinyl.
Yeah.
Too. So he's a friend of Marty's. I love the like. Anyways, there was a murder here, but let's go talk about.
And he was
looking. That guy was in New Jack City.
Yeah.
And also do the right thing.
Yeah,
also.
he was in King of New York, I think. Wasn't he that guy?
Yeah.
We
didn't really mention this era of movie a lot about Spike Lee.
Yeah, because he made Clockers, I guess, in the 90s.
I've not seen
that's or early 2000s. That's an adaptation of Richard Price's book.
Yeah.
So.
Who was in Clockers again? We did mention Malcolm X a little bit earlier as far as early 90s stuff, but... Don't put on the cover. I just can't handle it. Yeah, Clocker's 95.
Yeah.
Yeah, Harvey Keitel, I was thinking he might be in that. But yeah. As is Totoro.
Matt Damon in that?
No.
No? Okay. I don't know why I thought that. You've been really young anyway. Matt Damon, what an enigma.
Yeah. There'll be a time and place to talk about him more later.
What's up, man? How you doing? Here's what we're gonna do.
Well, if we went on a 40-minute Matt Damon riff in the middle of talking about Bad Lieutenant, though.
Yeah.
Plus, I want another $15,000 in my own on that. 15? But that's what you're up. Why don't you just go ahead? Hey, don't give me that bullshit. Dodgers are a luck.
So yeah, this is the same thing where he's like, oh yeah, I've got like, it's like he could just bail out and get the money
right
now.
There.
Yeah, and it's like, nope, like.
Double down, double down, double down. This whole movie is a study of double down economics.
I think my review of the movie I remember originally was Limbo the movie. How low can you go?
Yeah.
That's what I was, so yeah,
that's funny. You know they're up to some bad.
What is he doing?
That little jog.
Yeah, with the gun clearly out. I love he ain't got in a holster.
Yeah.
Either he just got it in his pants. He's not even making a big deal about it either. He's just like, oh, I'm
gonna get you. Don't worry.
Give me something to cook. Give him like a chicken.
Yeah.
And even
like, I put this in the freezer for a while.
Yeah, or like a cow.
Mm-hmm.
It's like brings a cow out, and they kill it in the middle of the hallway, like in Apocalypse Now.
Yeah, which he walked.
Right.
Can you sincerely imagine him in Apocalypse Now? It's hard for me to just think of him. In that.
I mean, part of me could, but I don't know. I thought Martin Sheen was the right choice for that.
Well, Martin Sheen in that, at least the way he plays that part, is distinctly an enigma and kind of this interior force. Keitel could have probably done that, but I feel like that would have given that character a little bit more personality.
Yeah.
The part of the point of that character is to be a fly on the wall in many ways.
Well, I feel like 70s Keitel could have done that.
Yeah.
Like his Mean Streets or Who's That Knocking at My Door performances. Yeah. Not so much Taxi Driver.
Yeah.
But, yeah, I mean...
Police activity. Let me smoke some crack. He just needs a private personal secretary to keep up with all his misadventures. You know what I mean?
I know.
He's like, all right, so you're a regular policeman. That's kind of important. You're also like, gambling, getting drugs. Oh, by the way, you got a wife and kids at home. Like,
I love that he's like had that cocaine in like an evidence bag. Like.
Yeah.
But yeah, this reminds me, like I said, in the same way about Uncut Gems. As far as being like, same thing with that, where he's like he's got his own business, but then like is so busy doing all his gambling all the time, and then has a family.
I think one thing that's a difference between a lot of Scorsese's movies and Ferrara's movies is the use of music. Like, you don't think of a lot of big either pop songs or music being put into Ferrara's movies. Obviously, that's a big part of Scorsese's movies, but this is an exception kind of to that.
Well, I do think sometimes about the hip hop that's in King of New York.
Yeah,
but
But that was also kind of contemporary.
Yeah,
that wasn't period
right.
either.
Well, and I imagine there wouldn't really be any of that in the funeral. His Marines tattoo. Was he in the military?
Keitel?
Yeah.
Let's see.
If it would have been, it'd been like what, like Korea?
He would have been about of age in Vietnam era. Yeah, let's see. He's born in 1939. So he was in the Marine Corps.
I was going to say that's why he would have that tattoo. It's his big moment.
There you can see Harvey Keitel in full view. Well, a little bit. There was a brief
It
period.
was a moment ago.
Yeah.
What's he even doing?
He don't know. It looks kind of like Tom Holland, like really old.
Yeah.
In the shot. Every once in a while, Eric Allen Hatch, he oftentimes uses a cropped that moment to represent something. I know. This was a scene we had at the end of the last episode. So Keitel said he attended Abraham Lincoln High School. Listed in the Marines at age 17.
So when would that have been? He must have not served in wartime then.
If he was 17, 56, yeah.
So, after Korea.
Yeah.
Wow.
After discharge, he worked as a court stenographer to 10 to 12 years before beginning his acting career. So.
That's him. It's him. How much do they pay him? How much do they pay? $500. Take this guy down to the precinct and run a report. You have to come with me, sir. I know. Just relax. Just relax. I don't want to go. It's gonna be okay. Just relax. No.
Looks like a mean little kid.
Yeah. Like a mean little Tom Holland.
Give me
like,
the effing money now.
Maybe the Russo brothers could, remake this. After the hot success of The Gray Man.
Of that famed Nowhere Man.
Yeah. I'm just going to keep this.
Boiled nuts there, by the way. Or soup, that's what it is. Okay.
We might have talked about this at some point on the pod before, I don't remember, but the whole culture of the bodega, something as being from, the South, that's not something we really just experience. Yeah. I know it's bigger in the Northeast and elsewhere, but the bodegas just in general to me look like impromptu temporary grocery stores almost, but people spend their whole lives going in and out of those too and using them, but it's different for us. I guess a lot of it just has to do with the lack of space in these urban areas.
Be right back.
Poor girls in the back hears and sees all this. His hair.
Yeah.
What a look. Keitel could have played a good werewolf.
Yeah. Diet Coke.
Imagine a transformation scene for him.
Yeah.
Like in the Reservoir Dogs.
But, or like later in this,
He is, he's a Diet Coke drinker. He's not gonna, come on now, he has some limits, like all the other unhealthy stuff he does. Just go ahead and go for the regular Coke. Come on, man.
I said that just as I finished up drinking a regular Coke.
So is he going to get to some police work at any point, by the way?
Now, I don't remember.
Officially, technically, the whole bodega incident would have been, but not really.
Well, I've only seen this movie once, so I don't totally remember, but, like, does he ever really do anything particularly? I mean, the whole, like, nun thing, I guess, technically... But
kind of that. I mean, most of it's just him roaming around, just being a degenerate. Like,
I do like his hair in this scene, I must say. I know I messed it up. As they say in Vertigo, no, you'll muss me. That's what I had in mind. Now come here. Like,
Jimmy Stewart and Abel Ferrara joint, that would have been something.
Oh, you're following me. I didn't know that. What a low life.
Yeah. Not a great guy.
What's next? Like, yeah. You know what I kind of love about this movie is that the whole scene of his full frontal nudity and other things in the movie that it's like, that easily couldn't have been in the movie.
It could have been without it.
And like, it still would have been the same movie. He's like, Ferrara and him are like, nope, we're doing it. And it's just like, okay. Yeah, they still got that released.
Mm-hmm. Well, for a director like Ferrara, like part of his whole appeal is that he's willing to just go to certain limits that other people won't go to.
Yeah.
And so in a weird way, it's a marketing thing too. Of course, here's obviously the rape taking place, juxtaposed against Jesus' crucifixion.
A strange choice.
You know, as we know that Last Temptation of Christ faced a lot of opposition, especially from the Catholic Church. I'm not even sure what the Catholic Church would even look at this or in any way, or regarded it or even acknowledged it.
Well, I know this movie was banned in Ireland.
Yeah.
So probably just for general reasons, but
yeah. He's had a rough day, honey.
You're dead, honey. I think he's got a pretty nice little house.
Yeah.
Hardly spends any time in it.
That's another thing, too, that's got to add to everything else going on with him is the amount of sleep he's getting every night has to be so minimal. We did it before.
It's got to be like midday.
I was just thinking that too, yeah. Like, wait, what?
What? It's a Twin Peaks scene or
Yeah.
something? Like,
It's about 92. It's been the same year, I guess, as Fire Walk With Me was. That's 92, right? Yeah. I love this, like, a whole lives are being lived meanwhile, just like, and then there's him, train wreck on the couch. Oh, let me go see what's going on. Let's vibe a little bit.
I wonder what Richard Price's whole opinion of this is, because he would probably be all into this stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Even the most basic stuff they haven't even done. Like,
Yeah. I wonder how many New York police went to see this movie and were like, "Oh yeah, huh?
That's what I do."
Reminds me of Day on the Job."
Oh, is that guy he knows that he bought from earlier?
I can't remember.
You guys to go contact your junkie friends over there on 25th Street, see what we can get up. You two guys go over to 2 pawn shops, see what else we can get from that. What's going on?
You ripped a nun in Spanish Hall.
Imagine having that happen to you. I would have killed these motherfuckers. They took the fucking chalice. The host was still in there. What the fuck you think? What do you think they're gonna eat the host? They wanted to pour the fucking chalice off.
Put up a $50,000 reward.
Leave it to the Catholic Church. Girls get raped every day. Now they're gonna put up 50 G's just because these chicks wear penguin suits. What is your fucking problem?
That's a good question. That's the question of the movie.
Church is a racket. So what? Are you a Catholic? I'm a Catholic.
Is that an answer? Yeah.
Anyways, what we all really care about.
What about tomorrow? What do you guys want to do? Want to make a bundle? Leave it all in the Mets.
What, you think they're going to beat Martinez?
The series has got to last 7 games. You know how much money is running on commercial time alone? New York LA team? When's the last time a series in New York did not last 7 games? You know the revenue alone in TV commercials? Endorsements for the players, the income is bringing into sleep and transportation. There are no fucking jobs in New York, are there? There's no way the series is in tomorrow. There's too many people I'm looking for this work. Did I steer you wrong yesterday? Huh?
But he screwed himself over.
Yeah.
What do you want to do? You a doubter? I'll tell you what then. Don't listen to the way I steered you yesterday. Alright? So you owe me money. What do you want to do?
Is that you owe me?
Yeah. I remember just the first time I was watching this is like my 3rd time seeing it, I think, and I just remember like shaking my head like, this is not going anywhere good.
Yeah.
Just like you can clearly see.
Yeah.
And this man is just such a train wreck. He's like, can't see and get out of his own way most of the time. You could have swapped, titles with this and Trainwreck and see what, imagine that
Bad
movie being called
Lieutenant.
Bad Lieutenant
Yeah.
and it's called Trainwreck. It'd make more sense to call this Trainwreck, but.
Well, they would all be bad lieutenants because none of them are lieutenants.
That's true. See? It's right there. Judd Apatow had the stones.
Who's checking security?
Security.
Wouldn't want the guys coming back, would you? No? All for you?
That's a big part of this movie, too. I think just seeing this, like, if you just have authority, you can flash a badge, it gives you all this access to things you normally wouldn't. It just only gets a depraved mind like him into deeper problems.
Mm-hmm.
No. Black pubic hair other than the patient was found during home inspection. They're the symptoms of that. There was trauma to the vaginal mucosa with multiple lacerations that appear to be made with a sharp object in which the hymen vein was broken. It was stated that this object was a crucifix. Trauma consisted of multiple penetration, 3-centimeter laceration.
Let the Mets be uplifted. Let the Mets have a nice dinner at home. Let the Mets look at the post-game highlights and see face hits all over the place. 1 bullet has been done. Just a couple of more to go, and I'll tell you something right now. The longer this series goes, the Dodgers will get awfully tight.
What a useless job being a sportscaster is.
Yeah. We've talked about it, I know, between us a lot, that you just like flip on ESPN in the middle of the day and see grown men in suits talking about sports for hours on end.
Yeah.
You're just like, what are you doing with your life? Sorry. Sorry if you're one of them. Sorry, Mike Greenberg. You're immune.
She likes religious
And if you, Mike Greenberg, if you're interested, come on the pod. Just shoot us an email. HuffmanBrothersProductions@gmail.com.
Yeah, because he's at this point in the Bad Lieutenant pod, I'm sure.
You have a driver's license? You don't have it with you? Whose car is this?
Listen, this is our father's car. We don't have a license.
Does he know you got it?
Yeah.
He does?
So this is one of the more uncomfortable scenes in the movie.
Do we want to talk about the Monsters trailer now?
Let's at least acknowledge this scene and talk about what
Yeah,
it is,
okay.
I think, because it's like, some of the reviews talked about this too, but
Yeah.
how long it goes on makes it
Mhm.
even more uncomfortable. But
Any drugs in the car?
and it's interesting too that this was preceded by the scene where he basically saw the after effects of that nun in the hospital, and that while he's not practicing explicit sexual violence, that he is in his own way intimating either, if not sexual violence, sexual
Yeah.
assault. Basically it's not the same thing, but
Call your father up. How do you feel about that?
Don't do that.
Yeah?
what do you think about the decision to put this right after that scene as opposed to before it or later in the movie? I don't know. I think it's just to show that in many ways this guy's life is is literally an episodic nature, and that this could just occur whenever.
Well,
And
also
prior
that he
to
would,
his kind of
that he
bigger,
would witness what and saw what happened, and then just go do this after that.
Yeah.
Just the depravity.
Yeah. Now again, he does see a sort of a character arc or change over the course of this movie, but
Honey, give us a break. Couldn't
but it was only recently. We'll transition talking about the Monsters trailer,
let us go home?
where we found out really it's going to be like a Netflix movie, basically, right?
Yeah. So that and Blonde.
Yeah, it's about side by side.
You want a warning? Well, here's the warning. You do something for me and I'll do something for you. What do you say about that? You do something for me and your father won't find out you took his car and you're driving without a license. Huh? You got a boyfriend? You got a boyfriend?
But I really hope Rob Zombie gets back to actually making something good again at some point.
Now, listen up.
Yeah.
Him and
I don't
Tim
know.
Burton need to figure it out.
Call your father. You hear me? You hear me?
You can't do that.
Tim Burton's behind that new Wednesday Addams show that's going to be on Netflix. So.
Yeah.
Yeah?
You can't call our father.
But yeah, to talk about that trailer a little bit, because it has to be during this scene,
Yeah.
clearly. That this whole Monsters trailer deal, it's like, I watched it, and I mean, it looks bad, but like,
You ever suck a guy's cock?
I don't know, I've just watched it a couple times, I'm just kind of like, I want to see this, like, it just looks so, like, crazy, I'm just like,
Yeah.
gotta do it. I kind of like the way it looks too. I know it looks visually not all that great, but I kind of like that about it. But
Yeah.
That's right in. You hear me?
Sorry. Just let us go. We'll get it fixed in the
I think this scene also is an example of someone who's so desperate and feels so powerless at every turn that he's going to use any ounce of authority that he has on somebody else that is in themselves in a desperate situation.
yeah,
Here, come here. Look at me. Look. You ever suck a guy's cock? Huh? You ever suck a guy? Look at me. Look at me. You ever suck a guy's cock? Let me see how you do.
but yeah, the only other scene in a movie I can think of that's similar to this is the rape scene in Irreversible.
Yeah.
Just how, and that's worse than this is, but
Yeah.
just how long that goes on. Like, and,
Yeah. Have you seen any other Gaspar Noé movies?
yeah, I've seen I Stand Alone,
Yeah, that's
and
right.
Just turn around. Show me how
what's that movie?
I'm fucking serious. Show me how you suck a guy's cock. The
Enter the Void.
Yeah.
And that's a movie I don't really like, but is one of the most visually and technically impressive movies I've ever seen.
Show me how you slip a nice guy. Come on, show me. Show me. Show me. Open your mouth. Open your mouth and show me. Show me. Open your mouth. Open your mouth. That's it. Show me. Like that. Like that. Come on, you little fuck. Come on, you little fuck. Show me. That's it. You close your eyes and take that fucking dick in your mouth. Come on, that's it. You suck it. You suck it up. You suck it the fuck up.
His movies aren't something that I particularly enjoy very much. I actually like Irreversible. I think is a very powerful movie. But
Yeah. So he's masturbating during all this.
How many walkouts there were by now?
It goes without saying, incredibly uncomfortable scene to watch.
Mm-hmm.
It's crazy that the same guy was in a movie like Reservoir Dogs, the same year in Reservoir Dogs. Oh, that's the more accessible movie.
Yeah.
I mean, that's, you know.
And he's a criminal in that, straight up, which he is in this too. But like in this, he's supposed to be.
And
a
it's
cop,
interesting too because in that he plays among the more virtuous criminals in that movie. You know, Mr. White. We didn't really say much about him in Pulp Fiction. You know, as Winston Wolfe, which is also one of his all-time greatest roles. So there's that.
But yeah, the monsters.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, Greetings from Transylvania.
What if this character was a Monsters fan?
What's another interesting thing I want to say about the Monsters movie is that it doesn't look like the kids are in it.
Yeah.
And it's like, oh, okay. Like, so it's like a prequel or like a origin story, it looks like, more or less. But Scott Hurley from Lost.
Yeah. It's just strange because a movie like that, I'm like, what's its audience? Like,
yeah, I don't know.
Because no kids nowadays are going to really know what the Monsters are. Rob Zombie's crowd, you know what I mean? I mean, they know, but
they're going to be into it just because he's doing it.
Yeah.
And then older people will watch it, but
try to introduce to their grandkids.
But they'll be like, "What?"
Yeah,
like, and just kind of think it's a little weird, probably. So yeah, I don't know.
I wonder how long it's been since he's been in one of these. He's in a church.
Of earlier, he's I'm cat. The way I just can't get over, and I still keep thinking about the way he said, "I'm Catholic."
Mm-hmm.
It's like, what does that mean? Are you being? Is it like? Was it a question?
Mm-hmm.
Was it like a yes? Like I don't know.
To read a little bit here about Abel Ferrara's Catholicism, which is fine, it's interesting. Well, I'll do it here in a little bit. He's again. This is the crime scene of the church and how they desecrated it. And it's one of those things like I feel like also thematically like. Even though these events would have happened before he walks in here, it's like he can only walk in a church that's already been desecrated and defamed, more on his level, you know.
Yeah.
This quote here from Abel Ferrara from his Wikipedia page says, "Raised Catholic, Ferrara started describing himself as a Buddhist in 2007. When asked if he had converted, Ferrara responded, this is his direct quote, it's not a conversion. You're not a card-carrying Catholic. You're brought up Italian, so you're brought up with those images. All the great art is financed by the church, so they have a monopoly on the paintings. So they're powerful images, the whole 9 yards of it. But Jesus was a living man, and so were Buddha and Muhammad. These three guys changed the effing world and their passion and love for other human beings. All these guys had their word, and they came from effing nowhere. I'm not saying Nazareth is nowhere. I'm sure Jesus came from a very cool neighborhood.
I don't even know what any of that means. And he fell asleep at the crime scene.
Mm-hmm. Which is interesting, the reverence he seems to hold for not only Jesus, but Buddha and Muhammad. And then also he's just going to throw in F words left and right just because that's who he is, you know. But at this point, he doesn't seem particularly incensed that this place has been desecrated. He's more looking at it objectively as almost a crime scene. But again, fails to do any real work. Right. Just decides to pass out on a pew and then drink a little bit. And then, oh, by the way, somebody's taking pictures. I guess I'll wake up.
What was in that trailer for... Remake of Abel Ferrara Garcia, graves will be desecrated. Like,
it's really a shame Sam Peckinpah didn't really live to see a lot of these Ferrara movies, you know.
He would have died in the 80s, I think. So. Yeah, people doing actual work.
Sister, I can't imagine how you feel right now. But it's very important that we learn as much about what happened as possible.
When he's with these other cops, he's like a kid on a field trip who gets kind of lost and is walking around wandering, doing his own thing while everybody else is a part of the tour.
Can you tell me how many of them there were? Can you tell me what color they were? Were they black? Were they white? Were they Hispanic? Can you tell me how old they were? Was one older than the other? There were two of them.
So I'm going to get like a modicum more respectable before I walk in there.
Keep touching my nose, tells you I'm on cocaine.
Were there any distinguishing marks or tattoos? An earring? Do you have a beard or a mustache? Can you tell me how they were dressed? Sister, I know this is difficult, but I can't emphasize how important it is.
You can't emphasize? You just refuse.
I'm just not going to do that. That sounds like Roger Ebert.
Yeah.
Driving, snorting cocaine.
Yeah, that's what's weird in this movie. These World Series games are happening in the kind of the middle of the day. That's not really how they'd work.
They used to a long time ago.
Yeah.
That's because nobody had anything to do. Can't hear you.
Yeah. There's one of his, great explosions coming up.
Yeah. Well, he's getting paid a lot of money.
Yeah, and this random guy's looking at him, and they're like, "Is everything
his
okay?"
response is to be like,
yeah, I got to go check something out. My own mental state, not great." So yeah, that's where he's at in his life.
Oh, you could tell that was a stunt, or like a double there in the car. That guy was looking like, huh.
Literally shot his own radio. The kind of like Keitel squeal slash
Yeah.
whatever he's doing, like grunt almost. It's hilarious.
Yes. Like now, now,
respectable state.
now, yes,
Yeah.
yes. Like that look on his face. Right.
This guy's kind of warning him, like, you don't want to do this. And he's like, no, I want to do it anyway.
Yeah.
You know, would this character be canceled today? You know, that's the question we need to ask. He was kind of canceled, but not
Yeah.
too. I don't really think this is like the 30th anniversary, basically, of this movie. It came out to the extent that it did, I guess, in November.
You know that?
So again, this is in a big part of the movie that she knows who they were, but is refusing to give them up, you know, out of her forgiveness of them.
Hatred to love, and maybe to have saved their souls. They did not love me, but I ought to have loved them. For Jesus loved those who reviled him.
I've heard enough of this. I'm not doing this.
Two boys was more poignant, more legible, more anguished.
Need a little pick me up here.
Yeah. On a picture of his own family.
Yeah.
It's like,
he's had a rough day, you know. He's in a bad way.
I guess.
He's the bad lieutenant's in a bad way.
He's in a bad blanking way.
Yeah. I guess this is Mama or whoever.
Yeah, real hey Mama.
Regarding the movie's NC-17 rating on the Wikipedia page here, it says, Blockbuster and Hollywood Video, the largest video rental companies in the United States, had a policy of prohibiting the purchase of rental of NC-17 films. An R-rated cut was created specifically so that Blockbuster and the other retailers could rent and purchase out the item. The R-rated cut was described with drug use, language, violence, and nudity. The scene in which the lieutenant pulls over two young girls and masturbates in front of them was almost completely absent from the Blockbuster version. And I know people have talked about that here and there, about the nostalgia people have for Blockbusters and video rental stores, that Blockbuster specifically did a lot of edits to certain versions of movies that actually were not good, really, and not ethical as far as for filmmakers, you know, and whatnot. But that oftentimes gets left out of conversations about nostalgia for video rental places. And some smaller local ones didn't necessarily even do that as much as Blockbuster did. But
they wouldn't have had the money to do that.
Yeah.
Wait, did you know that there was a Breathless remake with Richard Gere?
Yeah, I think I didn't know
Never
about
heard that.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's got to be awful.
Yeah, I had heard about that.
If it's not awful, send us an email at Huffman Brothers Production. Somebody else sending emails out, how could you do this movie? Say, because it's good, I guess.
The Country Bears fandom we picked up is the ones who are going to be out on this.
I think they would have left by now anyway.
I like that Strawberry's a last name. I don't know something about that. It's kind of quirky. And that one, whatever she's going through.
I don't know.
If you're at a bar at this time, what it looks like anyways, in a bad way.
I'm going to fall asleep. Right?
Yeah. He's not doing so well.
Keith Hernandez.
Mm-hmm.
Or no, that's not. Never mind. That's Fernandez. Look kind of like Keith Hernandez.
Well, he played for the Mets. So
yeah.
Yeah, I was just looking. Hernandez is actually retired already by this point. That's that $60,000 feeling he
Yeah.
got. You're behind on your student loans, buddy. You know, cough it up.
Another movie, New York movie that has to do with baseball World Series. What's that movie? Oh Lord, Game 7.
Yeah.
Or was it Game 6?
Game 6, I think, maybe the name of it. The Don DeLillo wrote. Yeah. That's a pretty good little movie.
Yeah.
That's like an original screenplay he had written. Stars, Game 6 starring Michael Keaton. And there's certain things about it feel very DeLillo-esque in a good way, but it's a pretty good little movie.
Yeah, okay.
Scarface reference.
Stuff in the trailer is making me laugh. The way it was with the narration.
Yeah. It's like the clubs on Batman Beyond, I remember.
Yeah.
It was like women dancing in these like cages on.
Remember Scorsese's cameo in
After
Hours? Yeah.
It sounds like Mortal Kombat music.
Yeah. Heck, it might even be that
Yeah.
remix for all I know. Meanwhile.
Yeah. That hair on this guy.
He looks kind of like Scorsese.
Yeah.
Mixed with Ferrara. Like they had a child.
Yeah, so...
their love child.
Yeah.
Not tonight. Can't get blood from a stone. Why don't you bring the money with you? Come on, this ain't no fucking joke anymore, seriously.
Like, does he look like he brought it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Effing joke.
You know that, like...
Waiting here 3 hours like a fucking moron. What are you, fucking big game or something with you? I'm gonna win. Just make sure the fucking gets it. You know, I told you once before that this guy will come by your house and blow your house up with your wife and kids and everybody. You know?
Good, yeah.
Give an extra 10 grand for his trouble. Ain't that fucking house, yeah? Because your copy won't kill you. You're this close already to death. I've had a bunch of fucking bullets since I was 14. No one can kill me. I'm blessed. I'm a fucking Catholic. How's the case?
By the way, like...
Yeah.
What case? The case with the $50,000 reward, remember? Yeah. We're on a big time. Lots of...
I forgot that's another kind of impetus for why he kind of cares about it. At first, anyways. I think it becomes more than that, but...
What, the money?
Yeah.
Well, does he think they would give that to him? He's one of the cops. Like,
Yeah. Like, that's some way he could swing it, though, or something. Yeah.
fucking face with strawberry. And
He's not in a... He's in a delusional state anyways, so...
yeah.
And then he's saving it up for the big one tomorrow. Then for the first time, I understood that it's sick in the fucking head. You know that it never could have gone any other way. Never could have gone any other way. She just put in my fucking bag. $120,000 on the last day. Come on, you book make a fucking what?
So I guess that if that's combined with 60,000, that'd be 180,000.
Yeah.
I'm gonna give you this guy's number. You call me yourself. You tell him what the fuck you want. What you want, Betsy? What I want. Judas. Hey, you leaving the sinking ship?
Remember, he played Judas in
Yeah.
Last
He
Temptation.
would know.
You pay 60. You do it for 100. For the fucking day, they'll kill you for nothing. Yeah, keep working.
Said he got a Golden Raspberry Award for Worst Supporting Actor nomination for Last Temptation.
What?
Yeah.
Oh, that priest in the movie earlier was Yami Sanchez. Or James Sanchez, who's in Wild Bunch.
Oh, okay.
Didn't really see him very long, but...
Charlie, it's dinner time. Come on. Why over to help your sister with the homework? Come on, hurry it up. Make yourself close. Make yourself close.
These two.
Yeah.
When they get to talking and figure it all out.
Yes, I know.
It's also funny he's betting against his own city.
Yeah,
too.
which that don't even matter to people like that, but yeah.
He's dirty genius, so be careful.
Tengo un regalito para ti.
Wow.
Cuídate, por favor. Tú eres gente buena. Cuídate mucho.
You gonna get up? You gonna leave these poor people in peace? Or what? Yeah.
Huh. Huh.
Sure.
Yeah.
I got it. That's it. You take care, man.
Maybe he needs a CPAP machine. Maybe that's the center
You
of
think
some of
that's
his problem.
you think that's the saving grace?
Yeah.
Like his CPAP machine.
I think I'd help him out a little bit. Get some rest.
What was he even doing?
That's a key question. Even just like going down the stairs is a struggle for this guy. That's something I have been noticing this time more so is how often children are present or privy to seeing these various kind of lurid examples of humanity.
Mm-hmm.
Now we just wait for it any time it can get killed.
Nobody would even want to follow him around. Even people he owes money, he'll just be like, we'll get to him.
Yeah.
Whatever. He ain't going anywhere. He's so all over the place half the time anyway, as far as like where he even is.
Yeah.
He don't even know.
Yeah. Another thing that might help him if he journaled or diaried, I think, too.
Yeah.
Would be get out some of these thoughts, and clarify things. But what could have been,
It's still my money. If you want to
Large.
part of a shithead, you will take my bet for $120,000 on tomorrow's game. Fuck yesterday's game. The series
No.
7 games, not 6. Put in my bet.
I'll think about it.
There's nothing to think about. Either you put in my bet or you get nothing. Yeah?
Yeah.
Really? I'm no fucking asshole.
Yeah, that much has been established.
Right. Well,
you can be both.
Yep, sure.
Hey, we do what we can.
Okay.
He's got to cool down a little bit. He'll get it all figured out. Another thing that adds to the tension of this movie too, it being brief, is that of these like ongoing deadlines and timelines, and this even the series of World Series games, it just adds to this internal clock of the movie. But again, that's one thing. Scorsese's quite literally my favorite filmmaker, so understand that. But what I really like about Ferrara, who stands in contrast, is these scenes are not, don't have a lot of music, don't have a lot of score, don't necessarily have a lot of quick cutting. I mean, it's like lingering on these things. It is a different style, even though they get a lot of comparisons.
Mm-hmm. Even alive, like. Love people watching it. I mean, people watching this as we are, but just like at this point, just like what even is going on?
Yeah.
Like who even cares anymore? At this point, you just got to, like I said, limbo the movie. How low can you go? It's like we've seen him at his lowest at this point, though. I think so.
This is one bad lieutenant.
Hey, at least they're using alcohol wipes.
Yeah, I mean you gotta be safe when you do this. You can't be.
Well, a lot of people aren't, so that becomes a problem. We're gonna have a problem, my friend.
It's a beautiful vein.
It's a William Devane.
Mm-hmm.
I can't even watch this because just shots I can't stand.
Yeah.
And taking blood and doing all that crap. Nope. 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 Nope.
I wonder, like, back then, how or if they faked that. I mean, in movies, I don't know. Like,
yeah, they just put the shot in and put, like, it's probably just food coloring.
Yeah.
He's like, no, it was real H. If you don't give me real H on a set,
I walk.
I'm gonna come down there, get some ebony. Me on the toilet.
Just fall asleep.
Yeah.
Mid dump.
Reading James Michener on the toilet, like.
Vampires are lucky. They can feed on others. We gotta eat away at ourselves.
That's the most Abel Ferrara.
It's real
like,
sidewalk
put
poetry
hands
right there.
behind his.
Yeah.
By the way, I forgot to say.
Come so we can go. We gotta suck ourselves off.
Okay.
Eat away at ourselves.
There's some movie he was in called I'm not making this up, My Big Ad Mother. It was a short film, I think, or he was in a segment of, and he played Charles Bukowski.
Wow.
I saw that when we were talking about him earlier, and I didn't say anything.
I, for a long time, wanted to read Bukowski, but also see the Mickey Rourke movie where he played him.
Yeah.
Have you read any Bukowski at all?
No, I haven't.
Yeah.
I've thought about it at some point.
Yeah, I'd like to do that.
Of his wife's not even. It's just like whatever about all this, I guess.
Yeah. Probably glad he's out of the house.
Yeah.
Honestly. She's probably realistically just waiting for the call that he's dead.
Yeah.
Just whenever that'll be, whether that be 2 days from now or 20 years from now. Bonilla, that player's got like that crazy contract where he gets paid like some big amount of money every year for so many years. What is it?
He's still playing, isn't he?
No, he's retired.
Yeah.
Bobby Bonilla. Or Bonilla. Every July 1st, he gets a paycheck of $1.193 million.
What, now?
Yeah. Till...
For what? What does he do?
So, I'll read you here what it says.
If he's retired, how does he get that much money?
He had a provision in his contract back when he played.
Wow. But they're regretting that now.
Yeah, he played for the Mets. I got these on there. 91. He signed a 5-year, $29 million contract, the time most expensive in all professional sports. He underperformed as a Met and was traded. The contract expired in 2000 after Benil was traded back to the Mets. He elected to buy Benil out of the remainder of the contract rather than keep him as a player. Him and his agent structured a deal that deferred the remainder of his contract for a 25-year period. From 2011 until 2035 with 8% raises every year.
Okay.
But every July 1st, people on...
So basically, they were like, yeah, we were crazy.
Celebrate that. We call it Vanilla Day, basically.
It's about halfway through the year.
Yeah.
These guys put out cigarette butts on. Get with the program.
What?
He needs to get with a program.
Yeah. What kind of thing is that to say? Like, How could you do this? Like,
How could you forgive these guys? Excuse me.
These mother fathers.
Deep down inside, don't you want them to pay for what they did to you?
If there's a TNT cut of this movie,
Don't you want this crime revenged?
Revenged. Not even avenged, revenged.
he didn't pay attention in English class.
Yeah.
Your forgiveness will leave blood in its wake. What if these guys do this to other nuns? Other virgins? Or women who die from the shock? Do you have the right to let these boys go free? Can you bear the burden, sister?
Talk to Jesus. Pray. You do believe in God, don't you? That Jesus Christ died for your sins?
Oh, wait a minute. I'm supposed to be doing the preaching, not you.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah, the Keitel growl. Like a little boy tripped and fell.
Yeah. Stubbed his toe.
Little Tom Holland tripped and fell.
He stubbed his toe while watering his spice garden. And he only cried for 20 minutes. Yeah, little Tom Holland. What a total idiot he is, by the way.
Yeah.
Who's Pedro Moldova? Like, who's Pedro Moldova? Like, my name's Valdemar. Like, stupid idiot. Like, oh, are you making fun of us? Yeah, I'm making fun of you. Like, I like the Brits. Whatever. What?
They gave us all the best rock.
Yeah, I love that. What?
You want to say to me, you fuck, you red fucker, you red.
I think I'm out on this guy.
Yeah.
That's too much.
Yeah.
Like,
that'd be a good barometer. So, like, what point did you bail on the bad lieutenant?
Yeah. When he was saying the F word in front of his kids, I think that's where I was out.
Yeah. First scene.
Yeah. Yeah.
You gotta say something! Something! You fucking stand there and you want me to do every fucking thing? Where were you? Where the fuck were you? Where were you? Where the hell were you?
Need to sleep. Where should we start?
It's interesting that this scene is mostly showing him and not Jesus who's in the room.
Yeah.
Like, it's kind of interesting decision.
I tried to do the right thing, but I'm weak. I'm too fucking weak. I need you to help me.
Getting a text from somebody like, you need to come with me.
Yeah.
From watching this movie. Like, it's just an appointment reminder, but. Just stood there the whole time.
Mm-hmm. If this movie was made in modern era, it'd be like the Jesus scene in Bad Lieutenant explained video, you know, just.
I stole it from my husband's shop so as I could return it to where it ought to be. It's a holy thing. A holy thing. With the boys right across the street there, Julio and Ferraro. It's a holy thing. A holy thing.
He's like, oh crap.
I gotta leave.
Bruce.
It's interesting too that this is one of the few scenes where the game's going on in the background and that's not his primary concern.
Yeah, that's an important moment.
Yeah. But there's still probably part of them like, what is going on? Like, I gotta do some redemptive ass, but like,
yeah. Oh yeah, I
kind
gotta
of still care.
Make some good decisions. Like,
look at that. This man's supposed to be a cop. Just
yeah.
Like, and look what he looks like. So y'all stay. Let's watch together for a little bit. Yeah, let's commiserate for a little bit. Y'all are low life scumbags.
Well, he's sitting like...
Or Ferrara's much of a sports fan. See him losing it over a game.
Probably, obviously, baseball, if anything.
Yeah. Again, there's an irony there. It's like the New York Mets, his own local team, come back from a 3-0 deficit. He didn't come back from his 3-0 deficit, as it turns out. Again, where we start off, he had, he was up.
Yeah.
Tens of thousands of dollars and was like, nah, I gotta have more. Gotta have more.
That was $120,000.
Yeah.
Destroyed that young girl, and she forgives you. You hear that? She forgives you. You fucking heroes. Like holding her down and shoving your dick into her? Or she couldn't do nothing about it? Did you like that? Watch this, motherfucker. Here, watch this, you cocksucker. Look at that. You can't do a thing about that, can you? Can you? Look at me. Can you? Can you, fuckface? Can you? Move. Move, you cocksucker. Move. Let the blow your fucking face apart.
They're looking through the window.
Yeah. Oh, what's going
on over there?
Fucking scumbags. And she forgives you. How could she forgive that? How could she forgive you slimy little bastards? How could she forgive a thing like that?
The Burger King in the background.
Yep.
They're, he's about time he had it his way.
Is he just in the middle of traffic?
Yeah, he just stops the car. Just like,
Or no, maybe that is. I think that is a parking,
brief parking area.
Yeah,
temporary parking, basically. To drop off. This looks like a Three Stooges routine or something.
Yeah. And which is the chief stooge? Is the question. That cop right behind him, like, oh, whatever, Yogurt. His big moment coming up here, a facial expression he makes.
Yeah.
getting on this bus. You're dead wrong, man. There's no fucking way. You're gonna miss this bus.
Well, you gonna let them all?
You get on this fucking bus, man. Cause your life ain't worth shit in this town.
It's interesting too. I've always thought about how much he'd do good to probably get on the bus himself and leave,
Yeah.
but he's gonna stay because in many ways he's accepted his fate.
Yeah. This. Yeah. Eat too many gummy bears
Yeah.
and you're trying to go to the bathroom. Yeah, he really did perfect that growl.
Yeah.
That year.
Ending a Reservoir Dogs too.
Yeah. A reprise.
The Bad Lieutenant made good, or at least not quite as bad.
Yeah.
Slightly less Bad Lieutenant.
Can hardly get in.
Yeah.
It's almost like, what would the rest of his life even have been after this? It's like, I don't know what he could even do after that. Like,
Yeah.
Trump Plaza.
Yeah.
Of course, it had to happen here.
Yeah, Vander Holyfield there.
I mean, it all happens here.
Yeah. Hey, you, as
Yeah.
King of New York taught us.
Yeah, they love that. He loves that, I should say.
That's one of the most shocking deaths ever.
Yeah.
I feel like we knew where this was going.
Yeah.
I wonder if these were all extras, or if it was like any random people thought that was real. Probably extras, but I'm just curious. I always wonder about that, about especially New York crowd scenes. Like, 'cause there's so many people. That man got like a little mini
hand truck.
He's like, should I lift the car out? Well,
Yeah.
Yeah. So rest in peace to the Bad Lieutenant. He did what he could. He made the best of a bad situation. Actually, no, he did, but. Any new thoughts on the movie?
No, not particularly. Just what a movie.
Yeah.
Sounds like him singing for a while.
Yeah. But yeah, again, I think that this movie's like not as entertaining as King of New York, but it is, I think, a little better.
Yeah.
And certainly weightier. But so that is Bad Lieutenant from 1992, of course, directed by Abel Ferrara. But yeah, I mean, I still think it holds up.
Yeah,
It's a great movie.
it's really
and
good.
again, it's 30 years have gone by, but it still has the edge to it that movie had.
Yeah.
Back
It kind of can't not have it just because everything that happens. But
yeah. So that's it for this week's episode. But Jeff Probst, what have we got next week?
Stay tuned for scenes from our next episode.
You think I'm stupid? Do you think I'm some sort of fucking cunt? Some fucking twat? Do you think I'm gonna have that? Do you really think I'm gonna have that? My fucking ears were burning all the way, fucking back in the fucking cab, fucking on fire.
What happened, though? What happened? What fucking happened? I'll tell you what fucking happened. You tell me, gal. You tell me what fucking happened. Give me a fucking knockback, you fat fucking cunt.
Problem with the plane, Tom?
What's that? What did you fucking say, cunt? What? Problem? Fucking problem? No, mate, no. No fucking problem with the plane, cunt. Fucking plane was fine. Fucking plane was all right. Fucking plane was perfect. It's you. You're the problem. You're the fucking problem. You fucking Dr. White, onkin jam rag, arkin spunk bubble. I'm telling you, H, you keep looking at me, I'm gonna put you in the fucking ground. I promise you.
D, take Jackie and H inside.
Can I get you a drink?
Yeah, you do that, you scheming cunt. See if the ladies let you try one of their panty girdles.
You fucking...
Don.
Shut up!
Shut up.
Not this time, girl. Not this time. Not this fucking time. No! No, 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 no! No! No, 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 no! No! Not this fucking time! No fucking way, no fucking way! No fucking way, no fucking way! You made me look a right cunt! Like a right fucking Mr. Confused. What's he doing? What's Jackie gonna think to that? Not that I care. I'm not into her anymore. That's your fault, fucking me about. Is your middle name ungrateful or what? Ain't you got nothing to say? She's gonna stand there like Porky Pig, hiding behind your wife's skirt, your ex-porn star's wife's skirt. I don't give two fucks what Jackie Big Tits thinks about me coming back. She can think what she fucking likes. I've got enough fucking information on her. So if she's got a pretty face, that could all change. Age changes that. I'm looking forward to seeing her when she's 70. See if she's still coming the cunt, the face like a wrinkled prune. Can't fucking wait. Age to be well gone by then. I'm gonna kill you, gal. I'm gonna fucking kill him. What, you point a gun at me? You point a gun at me? You gonna shoot me? Oh, yeah? Gonna shoot me? Go on, then shoot me, it's all right. Shoot me. I'll have that. There you go.
And that legendary. I would say it's not exactly a monologue. There's other dialogue going on, but it's mostly Ben Kingsley.
It's a one-sided conversation.
Yeah, very one-sided conversation from, of course, Sexy Beast from 2000.
Yeah,
2000. Directed by Jonathan Glazer, starring Ray Winstone, as well as Ben Kingsley.
Ian McShane
as well. Now, of course, all the crime movies we've done so far have pretty much been all American. Of course, American Friend was a combination of several nationalities, German and French a little bit. But that the next movie we're doing, of course, is a British crime film, which
set in Spain.
Yeah, it's
and England.
It's in its own way. It has certain superficial similarities to American Friend in the sense that it kind of takes place in multiple places. It's transnational in that way. Jonathan Glazer is downright one of the most fascinating directors we have working, even though he's only made literally 3 movies so far and working on a 4th. You, I know, had seen Sexy Beast before I did, and you kind of introduced me to it, and I was low-key blown away by it. And I had seen the Ben Kingsley clips, and that's probably it's probably most known for that, I would
Right,
say, is
yeah.
his performance in that movie and how outsized and crazy it is. What about Sexy Beast as a crime film stands out to you, and also just the work of Jonathan Glazer in general?
Well, to
stands
speak
out
about
you?
Glazer, I guess first, I mean, he's only made 3 movies, but every single one of those are not only some of the weirdest and most original movies I've ever seen, but just are so well made, all of them, and they're all different. Totally different movies. Of Sexy Beast is a crime movie.
That's his most, quote, conventional movie, but even that has a lot of weird stuff to it.
Birth is a drama, and is one of the weirdest movies, like just weirdest dramas that doesn't have a lot of weird stuff happen in it, like
explicitly,
but it's just so strange in every way. And then Under the Skin,
probably by this point his most seen thing.
Yeah, I mean, is one of the best sci-fi movies I've seen. And
I don't know if I exactly call it a horror movie, but
no,
it's
I mean it is in a certain way,
yeah,
but
sci-fi,
not like a typical one, but and like we've said, that also randomly has a big import of having been ripped off by Stranger Things as far as the whole like
upside down
11
Stranger Things, yeah.
Well, not the upside down, but like the 11
Yeah.
like whatever those scenes are where she's in those blackness, but in a lot of ways that's kind of the 2001 of the modern era, I think, as far as the opening of it, especially, and a lot of different things about it is very opaque. But yeah, and like he's only made that many movies, and he's making another movie soon about the Holocaust based on a book by Martin Amis, The Zone of Interest, I think. So I'll be very interested to see what that will be.
Yeah.
He did make that movie, The Fall, a couple years ago that I really liked. It was a short film.
Yeah.
But just as far as him in general, or rather about Sexy Beast in general, I think immediately what draws everyone to it is the Ben Kingsley like whole performance, all the cursing and the ridiculousness of that character. But then I think honestly, and that is something I think a lot about in that movie, what I think about more though is everything else in the movie, and not only like Ray Winstone's great performance, Ian McShane's great performance, a lot of the implications of the movie and about a guy who's just trying to do his own thing and gets roped back into this whole mob situation that really only one man forces him into, because it seems to me like Ian McShane and some of the other people would be content enough to not have him do the job. They could get somebody else probably. But no, like Kingsley is like, yes, Grosvenor. Yes, Roundtree.
Yeah.
Like, it keeps going on and on, like, about, no, you're going to be there. He keeps saying, And it also reminds me a lot of that movie, The Hit, that Stephen Frears movie, which is also a British crime movie set in Spain, randomly.
Yeah.
Very different movie as far
I guess
as what
that's
that's
like,
about.
I guess,
but,
what's funny is, like, maybe for the Brits, that's like Miami. Or
Yeah.
like Florida to them
Yeah.
is just going to Spain, I guess.
Yeah,
like,
well, and that's another movie we haven't brought up yet. We talked about it, I think, a little bit in the past when we had watched it, but The Long Good Friday.
Yes.
Or maybe we didn't ever talk about that because, I don't
Maybe
guess we
didn't.
did, but we can talk about that next week.
Yeah.
Or next time.
Just the British crime movie.
Yeah, and that being really, really good. I think it's kind of that and Sexy Beast are kind of the two best I've seen. But strangely, though, it does have that kind of British crime movie tint to it, like Get Carter.
Yeah.
Some of those other movies. But it is just totally artistic and impressionistic and weird and definitely its own thing.
Yeah.
And what's so strange to me about the movie too is it feels like a movie out of time the way it looks, because the movie came out in 2000. The movie looks like 10 years older than that.
Yeah.
To me, and it was shot right around that time, so I don't really know how they accomplished that. But
another thing is too, like we were introduced to Ray Winstone mostly from The Departed.
Yeah,
and I think he is a really good lead of that movie, and makes me kind of want to see him lead more things. I know,
and so we kind of talked about a lot of different things, but I guess part of the reason why we're doing Sexy Beast is just because it's such a entertaining movie, good movie, I think, to do just in general a commentary of, but that it's so thought provoking. I think in a lot of ways about. Not even like big themes. The movie doesn't necessarily have themes, I would say, so much as just like weird decisions and not filmmaking and narrative decisions that I think about still a lot.
I mean, it's a movie that when I think about the conception of it, it could have been played just a lot bare bones, a lot safer, but Glazer coming to it. And again, that was his debut feature, and I think he had made some music videos, and I think and some other stuff before that. But he just gives it this totally different other tint. I mean, and he's not a director who makes a lot of crime movies. I mean, we've talked about Ferrara here with this, and certain directors who they made multiple versions of.
And that's
these things.
Like his only version.
That was kind of his only version of that, and so it's just fascinating to see how he takes that and makes it the glorious profane nightmare that it is.
And it's interesting to me too that was his first movie of his career, but that his other movies, there's only been 2 other movies that he's made, and it's like, how does that man survive? Like, what does he do?
I don't know,
because they are like really beloved movies, but they're not like box office successes or anything. I mean, they're like pretty average, run of the mill movies, you know,
commercially,
And it's just, I just wonder what is it that he's able to do with himself and that he makes movies like that. And it's like, what do you do the rest of the time that you're, you know, I don't know. But it's not even like Kubrick, who would take years to make a movie, but they were such big movies, you know. And he's just like, nope, I'm just going to do this, and then I won't do anything for a while, and then I'll do that. And so it's very interesting. I'm not actually even sure when his next movie is supposed to come out anyway. I'm going to actually look about that real quick. Do you have any thoughts about the movie in general before we...
No, just that, you know, I remember so much... I've only seen the movie a handful of times, but I remember a lot of the Ray Winstone and, Ben Kingsley scenes, and kind of forget sometimes Ian McShane's in it later, because he's not in kind of the opening little bit of the movie. And it's also interesting, too, that so much of the plot for a lot of it is just consumed with whether or not Kingsley can convince Winstone to do it.
Yeah.
And in that way, it almost feels like theater or like a play, because it's mostly constricted to a handful of locations, at least early on.
Right.
But again, I think I'll be interested for next week to talk about Glazer in general, and also talk a little bit more about Birth and also Under the Skin.
And I was looking at it, says it's vague that as of October 2019, the movie is going to be made and released by A24 in America. So I don't know.
So there's not been really any news, though, in almost 3 years about it.
No, and I wonder if the pandemic kind of slowed that. I don't know. But, so.
But anyways, we'll get into Glazer and Sexy Beast, which, again, the name for that's always made me laugh.
And what's so funny is, like,
why
it's called that literally is shown with the title card, almost, and then it's like it never comes back to that as a concept, and it's just like, I don't know, but
so this is Kyle,
this is Levi.
Take care. God bless.
Definitely God bless after this one.
I'm not well educated. I left school when I was 16. I hardly
joined the Marines.
Joined the Marines. People like myself, from lower middle class, have a tendency to worship people from the upper middle class, upper class. And I'm speaking in terms of education, not only wealth. Although wealth for the underclass is something to worship. We cannot abdicate responsibility by turning it over to the formally educated. All the wisdom is not necessarily the land, the playground of the superior, to use your word, educated. Who is behind all the wars that are going on today? Behind all the killing, maiming, burning of poverty that's being committed today? People who have a superior education. Formally, that is.
Right.
Formally. I was in Sarajevo recently with Vanessa Redgrave through the auspices of the UN. And I'm there, and I'm looking around. I'm saying, my God, we went to every community, Muslim, Serbian, Croatian, Jewish. Well, the members of these communities want to be together. They want to be together.
And they want the same things.
They want the same
Family,
things.
food,
That's right.
shelter, job.
Communication, to create. They want the same things. Who is hurling the bullets and the bombs? The leaders of the nations are ordering this to be done. So you ask me, what experience might they have? One other than the ability to say, fire!
Thank you very much. So nice. Goodbye.